In Cottonwood Springs, Montana, they said Ruth and Tom Brennan had lost their minds. The elderly couple had just spent their last $3, every penny to their name, on a collapsed shack that even the estate sale manager called firewood. The whole town laughed. People took photos to post on social media. Neighbors drove by slowly to point and stare. The local real estate agent called them crazy to anyone who would listen. But beneath those rotting floorboards, hidden under stones that hadn't been moved in more than a century, lay a secret that would prove $3 could buy an empire and test whether two people who had lost everything could resist the power of sudden, overwhelming wealth. The waiting room of the Montana Department of Health and Human Services smelled like burnt coffee and desperation, and the peculiar odor of too many defeated people sitting too close together. Ruth Brennan sat with her hands folded in her lap, her back straight despite everything, trying not to look at the other people waiting, trying not to see her own reflection in their tired faces, their worn clothes, their quiet shame that permeated this place like humidity in summer. She was 68 years old. Her hair had gone silver, but she still wore it long, pulled back in a braid that fell between her shoulder blades the way she had worn it when she taught second grade for 30 years in this valley. Her hands were spotted with age now, the skin thin and delicate, but they were still the hands that had held chalk and graded papers and wiped away the tears of 7-year-olds who missed their mothers. She had raised 2 children in Montana. She had buried a first husband when she was still young enough to believe life would give her time to recover. She had survived grief that felt like drowning. She had found love again in the most unlikely place, at the most unlikely time, with a man as broken as she was. And now she was here, in this fluorescent purgatory, filling out forms for emergency food assistance because she and Tom had exactly $3 between them and winter in Montana was coming fast. Tom sat beside her, his hand resting on her knee with a gentleness that still, after 3 years of marriage, made her want to cry. That hand had once been strong enough to wrestle a newborn calf to the ground for branding, steady enough to handle a cutting horse through a herd of spooked cattle, capable enough to fix anything mechanical that broke on a working ranch. Now it trembled slightly, an involuntary tremor that started in his fingers and worked its way up his forearm, a side effect of the chemotherapy cocktail that had saved his life 2 years ago and destroyed their future in the process. He was 70 years old. His face was weathered from decades working cattle in the high country sun, lines carved deep around his eyes and mouth, his skin the color and texture of good leather. He had survived prostate cancer, stage 3, the aggressive kind that moved fast and killed faster if you didn't catch it in time. The surgery had cut it out. The radiation had burned away what the surgery missed. The chemo had poisoned every last hiding cell. And the bills, the endless cascade of bills that came for months afterward, had taken everything else. The ranch he had worked 40 years to build, the savings he had planned to leave his daughter, the pride that had sustained him through the death of his first wife and the lonely years that followed. The medical system had saved Tom Brennan's body and bankrupted his soul. The case worker called their name. Linda Morrison, a woman in her 40s with kind eyes that had seen too much and a professional warmth that couldn't quite hide the exhaustion underneath. Ruth recognized that look. She had worn it herself during her last year's teaching, when budget cuts meant larger classes and less support in children who came to school hungry because their parents couldn't make rent and buy groceries both. Linda Morrison was trying to help in a system designed to process people like cattle, and the weight of that impossible task showed in every line of her face. Linda pulled up their file on her computer. She had done this interview 100 times before. She knew the script. She tried to make it gentle. Total monthly income, she asked. Tom cleared his throat. His Social Security comes to $1,240, he said. Ruth's teacher pension is being garnished for medical debt. So our net income is $1,240. Linda typed without looking up. Current assets, she asked. Ruth opened her worn leather wallet and showed the three $1 bills inside. $3, she said quietly. And our truck, a 1997 Dodge Ram with a camper shell. It has 180,000 miles on it. I don't know what that's worth. Maybe $1,500 if someone wanted to buy it. But we're living in it, so we can't sell it. Linda looked up then. Her fingers stopped typing. Living in it, she repeated. 6 weeks now, Tom said. We lost our apartment, couldn't make the rent. We move every night. Truck stops, Walmart parking lots, church lots when we can. Wherever they'll let us stay without calling the cops. Linda's face showed the same expression Ruth had seen on so many faces lately. Pity mixed with discomfort. The look of someone who wanted to help but didn't know how. The look that made Ruth want to disappear into the floor. I'm sorry, Linda said, and she meant it. Let me explain what assistance we can provide. But Ruth was barely listening to Linda's explanation of food stamps and emergency housing wait lists. Her mind had drifted backward in time, the way minds do when the present becomes too painful to inhabit fully. She was thinking about 3 years ago. Thinking about the grief support group at First Methodist Church that met every Thursday evening in the basement room that smelled like old hymnals, and the industrial-strength coffee the deacons made in a 40-cup percolator from 1976. She had been a widow for 3 years when she walked into that room for the first time. Her first husband, Michael, killed in a logging accident up in the Bitterroot National Forest, crushed by a widow-maker that fell without warning while he was working a contract job to pay off their mortgage faster. The company paid her $20,000 in life insurance. The funeral cost $8,000. The remaining 12 was gone in 18 months of trying to live on a teacher's pension that wasn't designed to support one person, let alone carry the weight of loneliness that had become Ruth's constant companion. Tom had been there that first night, sitting in a folding metal chair against the wall like he was trying to become invisible. She learned later he had been a widower for 2 years. His wife Sarah, dead from ovarian cancer after 18 brutal months of treatment that emptied their savings account and forced them to sell their ranch acre by acre like they were bleeding out pieces of their life to buy one more month, one more week, one more day with the woman Tom had loved since he was 20 years old and she was 18, and they met at a county fair where he won her a stuffed bear by throwing baseballs at stacked milk bottles. That first night, the group facilitator asked everyone to share one thing they missed most about their lost spouse. When it was Ruth's turn, she said she missed having someone to drink coffee with in the morning. Not the conversation, not even the companionship really, just the sound of another person breathing in the kitchen while the sun came up, the knowledge that she wasn't facing the day alone. Tom had looked up at her when she said that. Their eyes met across the circle of folding chairs, and something passed between them that neither could have named at the time. Recognition, maybe. The understanding that grief wasn't about the big dramatic moments. It was about the empty chair at the breakfast table, the silence where there used to be breathing. After the meeting, Tom had walked up to her in the church parking lot, asked if she wanted to get coffee. Not now, tomorrow was fine, just sometime. If she wanted. Ruth had said yes before she even thought about it. They walked to the diner 3 blocks away and talked for 3 hours. About loss, about memories, about the strange, guilty feeling of wanting to be happy again when happiness felt like a betrayal of the people they had loved and buried. They had kept talking, through autumn into winter and winter into spring. Long walks along the Bitterroot River. Quiet dinners at the diner where the waitresses learned their regular orders. Phone calls that stretched past midnight as they discovered they were both insomniacs who spent the dark hours trying not to drown in memory. And slowly, carefully, like 2 people learning to trust their balance after a long illness, They had fallen in love. They married quietly a year later, both in their late 60s, both certain they were too old for new beginnings but willing to try anyway. Tom sold his remaining 20 acres and moved into Ruth's small rental house on Aspen Street. They combined what little money they had, pooling their modest pensions and Social Security. They lived simply. No vacations, no expensive hobbies, just each other and the miracle of no longer being alone. For 2 years it was enough. It was more than enough. It was happiness reclaimed from the wreckage of loss. And then Tom got sick. They had drained Ruth's savings first. $35,000 from the sale of her marital home, gone in 4 months. Then they had borrowed from Ruth's brother, $45,000 that he wanted back now, plus interest, and he had stopped returning her phone calls when she couldn't pay. Then they had fallen behind on rent. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, until the eviction notice came and they had 5 days to leave. Now they were here, in this fluorescent office, being processed like any other case number in the system, and the worst part wasn't the hunger or the cold or the fear of winter coming. The worst part was the shame of being 68 and 70 years old and needing help, the shame of seeing former colleagues and students and having them look away, the shame of knowing that everyone in Cottonwood Springs knew exactly what had happened to Ruth and Tom Brennan. Linda was still talking, explaining the food assistance program, 3 days' worth of groceries from the community center on 5th Street, a list of churches that sometimes helped with emergency situations, a waiting list for senior housing that was 6 to 8 months long. Ruth took the papers with a quiet thank you and she and Tom left the office. Outside, the November air hit them like cold water. Montana in late autumn, when the leaves were gone and the first snow was coming and the sky stayed gray for days at a time. Tom put his arm around Ruth's shoulders as they walked slowly toward their truck, parked 3 blocks away to avoid the parking meter fees they couldn't afford. "We'll figure it out," he said, though his voice had no conviction in it. "I know," Ruth replied, squeezing his hand. "We always do." But privately she wasn't sure. They were 68 and 70 years old. They were homeless. They had $3 and Tom's health was fragile. The cancer was gone, thank God, but his immune system was compromised. His heart was weak from the chemotherapy. Living in a truck through a Montana winter would kill him. She knew that. He knew that. Neither of them said it. They reached the Dodge Ram and climbed inside. The truck was old, but it ran. The camper shell on the back gave them a space to sleep out of the weather. They had 2 sleeping bags, a small camp stove, a cooler for food. Everything they owned fit in the back of that truck. Clothes in garbage bags, a few books, Ruth's teaching awards in a cardboard box because she couldn't bear to throw them away. The detritus of 2 lives that had once meant something. Tom started the engine. It coughed and caught. The gas gauge showed a quarter tank, maybe 50 miles before they would need to fill up again. And gas was $4 a gallon. They had $3. The math was cruel and simple. "Let's just drive for a bit," Tom said. "Maybe we'll see something." They pulled out of the parking space and drove slowly through Cottonwood Springs, past the library where Ruth had worked part-time for 3 years after retiring from teaching, past the high school where Tom had volunteered to help with the FFA livestock program, past the little house on Aspen Street that they had rented for 2.5 years, now occupied by someone else, past the hardware store where Tom had worked as a manager until his cancer made lifting boxes impossible, and they had let him go with a handshake and a "sorry, buddy, but we need someone who can work full-time." This was their town. They had lived here for 40 years. They knew everyone. Everyone knew them. And now they were ghosts driving through streets that no longer had a place for them. Ruth saw the sign first. A piece of yellow paper stapled to a telephone pole, handwritten in black marker, the letters big enough to read from the street. "Estate sale," it said. "Everything must go. Mackenzie Ranch, Old Homestead Road, Saturday 9 to 4. Structures sold as is, cash only. Pull over, Ruth said. Tom slowed the truck and stopped by the curb. They both looked at the sign. Mackenzie Ranch, Tom said. That's Dale Mackenzie's family property, his grandfather's original homestead. Been abandoned for 30 years. Let's go look, Ruth said. Tom turned to her. Ruthie, we have $3. I know, but we can look. Maybe there's something cheap. Tarps, tools, anything we could use. Tom studied her face. He had been married to her for 3 years, but he had known her in grief and recovery for 5. He knew when she was guessing and when she knew something. This was neither. This was hope. Desperate, fragile hope looking for anything to hold on to. Okay, he said, let's go look. The drive took 20 minutes, out of town on Highway 93, and then onto Old Homestead Road, a gravel track that wound through ranch country where the land spread out in brown hills covered with sagebrush and the occasional stand of cottonwood trees along creek beds. The Mackenzie Ranch sign was carved wood, faded and weathered, marking a long driveway that led back toward the mountains. They followed the driveway for half a mile. Other vehicles were parked in front of the old ranch house, a 2-story structure built in the 1920s after the original homestead burned down. People were everywhere, families picking through furniture on the lawn, men examining tools and tack, women sorting through boxes of dishes and linens. Everything for sale, everything priced. Tom parked the truck at the end of the row of vehicles. They got out slowly. Ruth wore her warmest coat, a navy blue parka that was 15 years old and showing its age. Tom wore a flannel shirt and a down vest. They both looked exactly like what they were: poor, old, out of place among the crowd of buyers who had money to spend on antiques and nostalgia. They walked through the sale without touching anything. Ruth looked at the prices. An oak dining table for $450, an antique bed frame for $200, a box of hand tools for $75, horse tack for $125. Everything was far beyond their means. They were just looking, just killing time, just trying to be somewhere that wasn't a parking lot. Carl Jensen was running the estate sale. Ruth knew him by sight. He had been an auctioneer in the valley for 30 years. A big man in his 60s with white hair and a voice that carried across a crowded barn. He was talking to a couple about a set of chairs when Ruth noticed the small sign. It was stuck to a fence post away from the main sale area. Hand-lettered on a piece of cardboard. Unwanted structure, it read. Old Homestead Cabin, original 1864. Back corner of property as is. Not maintained, no utilities, partial collapse, $10 or best offer, must remove. Ruth touched Tom's arm. Look, she said, pointing. They walked toward the back of the property, following Carl's vague directions. Through sagebrush that grew waist-high, the stems tough and woody, the leaves silver-green in the November light. Through wild roses that had gone dormant for winter, their canes armed with thorns that caught at Ruth's coat. Past an old corral where fence rails had rotted and collapsed, leaving posts standing like grave markers in a forgotten cemetery. Past a rusted tractor that looked like it hadn't moved since Eisenhower was president, its tires flat and cracked, its hood ornament barely visible beneath decades of weathering. They walked for nearly a quarter-mile across land that showed no sign of human passage in years. The track they followed was barely visible, just a slight depression in the earth where wheels had once rolled and boots had once walked. The November air was cold and getting colder as the sun dropped toward the mountains in the west. Ruth could see her breath. She pulled her coat tighter and kept walking. Finally, they came to a barbed wire fence that looked like it marked some kind of original property boundary. The posts were old-growth ponderosa pine, hand-cut and hand-set, the wood gray with age but still solid. The barbed wire was ancient, the kind with two strands twisted together instead of the four-strand modern fencing, rusted to a deep orange-brown but still intact after more than a century. On the far side of that fence, almost invisible beneath the vegetation that had grown over and around it like the land was trying to reclaim what humans had temporarily borrowed, was the cabin. Ruth stopped walking, her breath caught in a way that had nothing to do with the cold or the quarter-mile hike. She just stood there, staring. It was tiny, no bigger than a garden shed, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet at most. The walls were hand-hewn logs, ponderosa pine cut from nearby forests and shaped with broadaxe and adze by men who had no other choice but to build their shelter with their own hands. The logs were massive, 12 inches thick in places, notched at the corners with the kind of joinery that spoke of skill and care, and the understanding that a mistake in construction meant death when winter came to Montana. The roof had collapsed on the eastern side. What remained of the wooden shingles hung in pieces, rotted away by more than a century of snow and rain and sun. The exposed rafters underneath were still visible, hand-hewn like the walls, fitted together with wooden pegs instead of nails because nails were precious on the frontier, and wood was free if you were willing to work for it. One small window opening gaped empty on the south wall. Whatever glass had once filled it was long gone. The opening was just a dark rectangle in the log wall, maybe 2 feet by 18 inches, large enough to let in light but small enough to preserve heat in winter. The door hung crooked on what looked like leather hinges, the leather cracked and stiff with age, the door itself swollen with moisture and tangled with vines that had grown through the gaps and wrapped around the wood like they were trying to pull the whole structure back into the earth. It looked like something that time had forgotten and nature was slowly erasing. A ruin from another century, a relic of the frontier period when Montana was still a territory and statehood was a distant dream. It looked like it might collapse if you breathed on it too hard. It looked like shelter for mice and pack rats and maybe a few optimistic barn swallows in summer. It looked, Ruth thought with a strange tightness in her chest, like it was waiting. Like it had been waiting here in the sagebrush and the silence for longer than she could imagine, waiting for someone to see it not as ruin but as history, not as junk but as legacy, not as firewood but as foundation. She stood there for a long moment, Tom beside her, both of them silent as the November wind moved through the brush and the mountains turned purple in the failing light. She couldn't have explained why her eyes were suddenly wet, couldn't have put into words the feeling that was rising in her chest like a tide. It was just a wrecked cabin, just an old pile of logs that nobody wanted, just one more piece of forgotten history in a valley full of forgotten things. But standing there in the cold with the wind on her face and Tom's hand finding hers, Ruth felt something she hadn't felt in the 6 weeks since they had been evicted from their apartment and started living in the truck. She felt something she hadn't felt in the 2 years since Tom's cancer diagnosis had turned their careful retirement plans into medical bankruptcy. She felt something she thought she might have lost forever in the endless grinding poverty of the last season of her life. She felt like she had come home. Carl Jensen came walking through the brush behind them. He was breathing hard from the walk. "You folks interested in that thing?" he asked. "What is it?" Ruth asked. Carl shrugged. Original Mackenzie homestead cabin from 1864. Jonah Mackenzie built it when he filed his claim. First permanent structure in the Bitterroot Valley as far as anyone knows. Family used it until they built the big house in the 20s. Been abandoned ever since. Dale Mackenzie wants it gone. Says it's an eyesore and a liability. Kids come back here and mess around. He's worried someone will get hurt. "Why sell it?" Tom asked. "Why not just tear it down?" Carl laughed. "You ever try to tear down a log cabin built by a man who knew what he was doing? Those logs are 12 inches thick, joined at the corners with saddle notches that have held for 160 years. It would cost more to demolish it than it's worth. So Dale figures if someone wants to haul it away, more power to them. Sign says $10, but honestly, if you got 5, it's yours. Hell, if you got $3, take it. I just need it off the property by end of month. Tom looked at Ruth. Ruthie, we can't live in that. The roof is collapsed. There's no windows. It's maybe 100 square feet total. Ruth was still staring at the cabin. It's shelter, she said quietly. It's ours for $3. We own something, Tom. Tom shook his head. Where would we even put it? How would we move it? Carl had been listening. He pulled out a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket. Here's the thing, he said. That cabin sits right on the original 1864 homestead boundary. According to the old survey, whoever buys the cabin technically buys the land under it. About a quarter-acre of scrub sagebrush. It's in the deed. Old surveying rules from territorial days. Buy the structure, you buy the plot. Ruth turned to look at him. We would own land, she asked. Carl nodded. Quarter-acre of nothing in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, legally it's yours if you want it. I got the paperwork right here. Bill of sale transfers the cabin and the associated land parcel. Ruth looked at Tom. Tom looked at the cabin. Then he looked at his wife. He saw something in her face that he recognized. The same expression she had worn the night they first walked together after the grief support meeting. The same expression she had worn when she said yes to his proposal in the parking lot of the Dairy Queen. Certainty. Faith. The belief that something was right even when it made no logical sense. We'll take it, Ruth said. Carl blinked. You serious? Yes, $3. That's all we have, but we'll take it. Tom pulled out his wallet. Inside were 3 $1 bills, everything they had in the world. He handed them to Carl. Carl took the money and shook his head. He pulled a pen from his pocket and wrote on the back of a napkin he found in his other pocket. Sold to Ruth and Thomas Brennan, he wrote. Original Mackenzie homestead cabin, estimated 1864, plus approximately 0.25 acres land per surveyed boundary. Located Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West. Price, $3 cash. Sold as is. He signed his name and dated it. November 18, 2023. There you go, he said, handing the napkin to Ruth. You're now the proud owners of a 160-year-old pile of logs. Congratulations. Ruth took the napkin like it was a stock certificate. She folded it carefully and put it in her coat pocket. Thank you, she said. Carl walked back toward the mainsail, still shaking his head. Ruth and Tom stood there looking at their purchase, their $3 empire, their shelter, their home. The sound of vehicles approaching made them turn. 2 trucks pulled up near where they stood. Dale Mackenzie got out of the first one. He was 55 years old, 4th-generation Montanan, owner of Mackenzie Gas and Auto in town. A big man who wore his success like a badge. His wife Diane got out of the passenger side. She was 52, a real estate agent for Coldwell Banker, the kind of woman who ran the church ladies' auxiliary and knew everyone's business. You sold it, Dale called out to Carl, who was just visible through the sagebrush. Yep, Carl called back. These folks bought it. Dale walked over to where Ruth and Tom stood. He looked at them like he was trying to place their faces. Then recognition dawned. You're the people living in the truck at the gas station, he said. I had to have the sheriff move you last week. Bad for business having vagrants in the parking lot. Tom felt his jaw tighten. We weren't vagrants, we were just parked. Dale ignored him. He turned to look at the cabin. You bought this, he asked Ruth. Yes, she said quietly. Diane was taking pictures with her phone. Oh my God, Dale, she said. Look at it. It's literally falling apart. She turned her phone toward Ruth and Tom. You do realize that's not a house, right? That's firewood at best. Ruth met her eyes. It's shelter, she said, and it's ours. Dale laughed. For $3. Hell, you overpaid. That thing should have been torn down 50 years ago. My great-great-grandfather built it when he was young and stupid. Family moved out in the 1880s. It's been rotting ever since." Diane was already typing on her phone. Her thumbs moved fast across the screen. "Update on our vagrant campers," she said out loud as she typed. "They just bought Jonah Mackenzie's old homestead shack for $3, moving up in the world, from truck to tar paper palace." She hit post and looked up at Ruth with a smile that had no warmth in it. "Welcome to the neighborhood," she said. Dale and Diane walked back to their truck. Ruth could hear Diane laughing, could hear Dale's voice saying something about people who don't have the sense God gave a goose. Their trucks pulled away, leaving dust hanging in the cold air. Tom put his hand on Ruth's shoulder. "The whole town is going to know by tonight," he said. "They're going to laugh at us." "Let them laugh," Ruth said. "We're not homeless anymore. We're property owners." Tom looked at the cabin with its collapsed roof and missing windows and walls covered in vines. "Quarter-acre property owners," he said. Ruth smiled despite everything. "It's a start," she said. They spent the next hour walking around their property. Quarter-acre didn't sound like much, but it felt enormous after 6 weeks in the back of a truck. The land was mostly sagebrush and wild roses, rocky soil that hadn't been cultivated in more than a century. But there was a small seasonal creek that ran along the eastern boundary. There were a few scraggly cottonwood trees. There was space. There was sky. There was theirs. As the sun started to set and the temperature dropped toward freezing, they went into the cabin for the first time. The door resisted their attempt to open it, swollen and stuck after decades of disuse. Tom put his shoulder to the weathered wood and pushed. For a moment nothing happened. Then, with a groan that sounded almost human, a sound of wood moving against wood after years of stillness, the door gave way and swung inward on its leather hinges. The smell that came out was overwhelming. Mold and mildew and decay. The musty odor of a space that hadn't been aired out in longer than Ruth had been alive. The smell of time itself, compressed and concentrated in 100 square feet of darkness. Tom stepped back and let the worst of it dissipate into the clean Montana air. Then he pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness inside, illuminating dust motes that swirled in the disturbed air like snow in a globe. The interior was exactly what they had expected and somehow worse. Maybe 100 square feet total. The floor was dirt, hard packed and covered with decades of debris. Leaves that had blown in through the broken window. Small branches. The unmistakable evidence of animals that had made this space their own over the long years of human absence. Mice droppings. Packret nests built from shredded bark and stolen grass. The scattered bones of birds that had flown in and never flown out. But beneath the decay and the dirt, the structure itself was sound. The walls were solid despite their age. The hand-hewn logs still fitted together with the precision of master craftsmanship. The corners where the logs met in their saddle-notch joints showed no sign of separation or collapse. The men who built this cabin had known their lives depended on getting it right. And they had gotten it right in a way that had lasted more than a century and a half. The ceiling was higher than Ruth expected, maybe 8 feet at the peak, giving the tiny space a surprising sense of height if not width. The main support beam ran across the center, a massive log that must have taken 2 men to lift into place. On the north wall, the remains of a fireplace stood testament to winter survival. Most of the river rocks that had formed the chimney had fallen, scattered across the floor in a rough pile. But the base was still there, the hearthstone still in place, flat rocks arranged to create a surface that could take the heat of cooking fires and warming fires, and the desperate fires that kept frontier families alive when the temperature dropped to 30 below and stayed there for weeks. Ruth walked slowly around the interior, her feet crunching on the debris that covered the floor. Her phone flashlight added a second beam to Tom's, the two circles of light crossing and recrossing as they explored this space that was now legally theirs. She touched the walls. The logs were solid, dry. The wood had cured for more than a century in the high desert air of Montana, and it was still sound, still strong, still capable of shelter if someone was willing to put in the work to restore it. Tom was kneeling by the fireplace, examining the stones. He brushed away dirt and leaves and the accumulated debris of abandonment. "Ruth," he said quietly, "come look at this." She came over and knelt beside him in the dirt. Tom aimed his phone light at one of the main support beams, the massive log that ran across the ceiling above where the fireplace had been. There, carved deep into the wood, were letters and numbers, not scratched, not lightly marked, carved with intention and force, the cuts deep enough to expose the lighter wood underneath, the marks meant to last as long as the cabin itself lasted. J.M. Homestead Claim, July 4, 1864, first in Bitterroot. Ruth felt her breath catch in her throat. She reached up slowly and touched the carving, her fingers tracing the letters that someone had cut into this wood 160 years ago. The grooves were deep, each letter carefully formed. This wasn't graffiti. This wasn't vandalism. This was declaration, proclamation. The permanent record of a person who had stood in this exact spot, in this cabin they had built with their own hands from trees they had cut themselves, and marked their claim to this land. First in Bitterroot, the first homestead in the valley, the foundation stone of everything that came after. "Tom," she whispered, her voice was shaking, "this isn't just an old cabin." Tom was staring at the carving, his phone light steady on the letters. He understood what she was thinking. He understood what those words meant. "This is history," he said quietly. "This is the beginning." Ruth pulled out her own phone. The signal was weak this far from town, but it was there. She typed into the search bar with trembling fingers, "Jonah Mackenzie, Montana Homestead, 1864. The results came back slowly over the weak connection, but they came. There were references to Jonah Mackenzie in the Montana Historical Society digital archives. There was a mention in a scholarly article about Bitterroot Valley settlement patterns. There was a brief entry in a book about frontier homesteading in the Northern Territories. And there was a photograph, digitized from a glass plate negative, dated 1890. It showed a man with a full beard and the weathered face of someone who had lived hard and survived. He stood in front of a small log cabin, his hand resting on the wall, his eyes looking directly at the camera with an expression Ruth couldn't quite read. Pride maybe, or satisfaction, or just the quiet knowledge that he had done what he set out to do. The caption read, "Jonah Mackenzie at his original homestead, Bitterroot Valley, Montana Territory, 1890. Ruth zoomed in on the photograph, her fingers spreading the image larger on her phone screen. The cabin in that picture, photographed more than 130 years ago, looked exactly like the cabin they were standing in now. Same size, same construction, same hand-hewn logs with saddle-notch corners, same small window, same door. She was looking at a photograph of this space taken when Jonah Mackenzie was still alive, when this cabin was still someone's home instead of a forgotten ruin. When the logs were newer, and the roof was intact, and someone still lived here and breathed here, and carved their name into the timber to mark their place in history. She showed the screen to Tom. He looked at the photograph for a long moment without speaking. Then he looked up at the carved beam above their heads, then back at the photograph, then at Ruth. "We bought the first homestead in Bitterroot Valley," he said slowly, like he was testing the words to see if they made sense. "For $3. Ruth felt tears running down her face. She didn't wipe them away. She just stood there in the dirt floor of this tiny ruined cabin with its collapsed roof and broken window, this pile of logs that everyone had called worthless, and let herself cry. Not from sadness, not from the grief and fear and exhaustion that had been her constant companions for 2 years. These were different tears. These were tears of something else. Recognition, maybe, or awe, or the overwhelming sense that she and Tom had stumbled into something much larger than a real estate transaction for $3. They had found the foundation stone, the first claim, the place where Cottonwood Springs had begun. They had bought it by accident, out of desperation, because they needed shelter and $3 was all they had. But standing here now with the carved words above them and the weight of history pressing down like a physical presence, Ruth understood something that made her hands shake and her heart pound. This wasn't an accident. This was meant to happen. She didn't know how she knew that. Didn't know if she believed in fate or destiny or divine providence or any of the words people used to explain the inexplicable. But she knew with a certainty that went deeper than logic that they were supposed to find this place. That Jonah Mackenzie, dead for more than 130 years, had left this cabin and this carving and this claim for someone to discover, for someone to honor, for someone to understand that history isn't just something in books. It's something you can touch, something you can stand inside, something you can own for $3 if you're brave enough or desperate enough or faithful enough to see value where everyone else sees waste. Tom put his arm around her shoulders. They stood together in the gathering darkness as the last light faded from the sky outside. The temperature was dropping fast. They would need to go back to the truck soon, set up their tent beside this cabin, spend another night in sleeping bags on hard ground, wake up cold and stiff and hungry with no clear idea how they would survive the next day or the day after that. But they had something now they didn't have this morning. They had a place that was theirs. They had history carved into wood. They had proof that someone else had started with nothing in this valley and built something that lasted. They had the first homestead, the foundation stone, the beginning of everything. And they had bought it for $3. Their last $3, every penny they had in the world spent on a pile of logs that everyone told them was worthless. But Ruth knew better, had known from the moment she saw the cabin through the sagebrush, had felt it in her bones with a certainty that went beyond reason. This place was not worthless. This place was priceless. And somehow, impossibly, miraculously, it was theirs. They walked out of the cabin as full darkness settled over the valley. The November sky was clear and cold, stars so bright and numerous they looked like silver paint spattered across black canvas. The Milky Way stretched overhead, a river of light crossing the heavens. The mountains to the west were dark shapes against the last purple glow of sunset. The wind had died down. The silence was profound. They could hear their own breathing, could hear the sound of their boots on the hard ground, could hear the vast quiet of Montana night pressing against their ears. They would spend tonight in the truck again, parked on their own land for the first time in their lives. Tomorrow they would start trying to figure out how to make this ruin into something livable. They had no money for materials. They had no tools beyond what Tom kept in the truck. They had no idea how they would survive the winter or pay for food or keep from freezing when the serious cold arrived, and the temperature stayed below zero for weeks at a time. But they had something else now. They had purpose. They had a future that extended beyond the next day's meal or the next night's shelter. They had history to preserve and a legacy to honor and a story to tell. They had Jonah Mackenzie's cabin, the first in Bitterroot, the foundation of Cottonwood Springs, the place where it all began. And they had bought it for $3, the last $3, the best investment they would ever make. The town of Cottonwood Springs slept that night with no idea that two of its poorest residents had just purchased its most valuable asset. That the collapsed shack everyone had laughed at held secrets that would shake the valley's foundations. That the elderly couple living in a truck were about to discover something that would change everything they thought they knew about property and wealth and the true meaning of value. That $3, spent with courage instead of caution, were about to unlock an empire. But Ruth and Tom knew, or at least they suspected, and as Ruth lay in her sleeping bag in the back of the Dodge Ram, parked on the quarter-acre of sagebrush and stones that was now legally theirs, she touched the napkin in her coat pocket. The bill of sale that everyone thought was a joke, the $3 deed to history. She thought about the carved words in the cabin, J.M. First in Bitterroot. Jonah Mackenzie, standing in that tiny space more than a century and a half ago, carving his name to last, claiming his place, starting something new in a wild land, building shelter with his hands and hope in his heart and the belief that he could make a life here if he was strong enough and stubborn enough and faithful enough to see it through. And now, 160 years later, Ruth and Tom had found him, had bought his cabin, had inherited his legacy without even knowing what they were buying. The first homestead, the foundation stone, the place where Cottonwood Springs began, all of it theirs for $3. Ruth closed her eyes and listened to Tom breathing beside her. Listened to the wind moving through the sagebrush outside the truck. Listened to the vast silence of the Montana night. Tomorrow they would start to understand what they had really purchased. Tomorrow they would begin to uncover secrets that had been buried for more than a century. Tomorrow they would learn that the cabin held more than history in its logs and stones. But tonight they slept. Two old people who had lost everything and found each other. Two survivors who refused to give up even when giving up would have been easier. Two believers who had spent their last money on faith instead of fear. The cabin stood in the darkness behind them, waiting, holding its secrets close, ready to give up what it had protected for so long, ready to change two lives and shake a town and prove that sometimes the most valuable things in the world are hidden in the places everyone else walks past without seeing. $3, the last $3, the beginning of everything. The journey had just begun. Ruth thought about the town laughing at them, about Dale and Diane Mackenzie posting photos on social media and making jokes, about everyone who had looked at them with pity or contempt, or that careful studied indifference that hurt worse than mockery. They all thought Ruth and Tom had made the stupidest purchase in Cottonwood history, an old pile of logs for their last $3. But standing there in the dark with Tom's hand in hers, Ruth knew something different. She knew that value had nothing to do with price. That worth couldn't be measured in dollars. That sometimes the things everyone else threw away were exactly the things you needed to find. She didn't know yet what this cabin would mean. She didn't know about the tin box hidden beneath the hearthstones. She didn't know about the homestead patent signed by Abraham Lincoln. She didn't know about the mineral rights worth millions. She didn't know about any of it. But she knew this. They had spent their last $3 on faith, on the feeling that this place was meant to be theirs, on the belief that even when you have nothing, even when the whole world tells you you're wrong, even when you're 68 and 70 years old and living in a truck, sometimes you find exactly what you need by trusting the voice inside that says this is right. They walked out of the cabin as full darkness fell. The November sky was clear and cold, stars so bright they looked close enough to touch. They would spend tonight in the truck again, parked on their own land for the first time. Tomorrow they would start trying to make this ruin into something livable. They had no money. They had no materials. They had no idea how they would survive the winter. But they had something else now. They had a place that was theirs. They had history carved into wood. They had a 160-year-old secret waiting to be uncovered. They had bought it for $3. And somehow, Ruth knew with a certainty she couldn't explain, those $3 were about to change everything. The town of Cottonwood Springs slept that night with no idea that two of its poorest residents had just purchased its most valuable asset. That the collapsed shack everyone had laughed at held the key to millions. that the elderly couple living in a truck were about to shake the very foundations of the valley. That $3, spent with courage instead of calculation, were worth more than all the money in Montana. But Ruth and Tom knew, or at least Ruth did, and as she lay in her sleeping bag in the back of the truck, parked on the quarter-acre of sagebrush and stones that was now legally theirs, she touched the napkin in her coat pocket, the bill of sale that everyone thought was worthless, the $3 deed to an empire. She thought about the carved words in the cabin, J.M. first in Bitterroot. Whoever J.M. was, they had stood where Ruth stood now. They had claimed this land when there was nothing here but wilderness and sky. They had built shelter with their hands. They had carved their name to last. They had been first. And now, 160 years later, Ruth and Tom had found them, had bought their cabin, had inherited their legacy without even knowing it. The first homestead, the foundation stone, the beginning of everything. Ruth closed her eyes and listened to Tom breathing beside her. Listened to the wind moving through the sagebrush. Listened to the silence of the Montana night pressing against the thin metal walls of their truck. Tomorrow, they would start learning who J.M. had been. Tomorrow, they would start uncovering the secrets that this land had kept buried for more than a century. Tomorrow, they would begin to understand what their $3 had really bought. But tonight they slept. Two old people who had lost everything. Two survivors who had refused to give up. Two believers who had spent their last money on faith. The cabin stood in the darkness behind them, waiting, holding its secrets, ready to give up what it had protected for so long, ready to change everything. The last $3 had been spent. The journey had just begun. And in the morning, when Ruth walked back into that cabin and started sweeping the floor, when she noticed the loose hearthstone and pried it up with Tom's help, when they found the tin box hidden underneath, that's when they would discover what everyone else had missed. That sometimes the most valuable things in the world are buried beneath the places everyone else walks past without seeing. That history has a way of finding the people who are brave enough to look for it. That $3 can buy more than shelter. $3 can buy destiny. The carved words on the beam haunted Ruth through the night. She lay in her sleeping bag in the back of the Dodge Ram, listening to Tom's breathing beside her and the wind moving through the sagebrush outside, and all she could see when she closed her eyes were those deep-cut letters. J.M. Homestead Claim. July 4, 1864. First in Bitterroot. Someone had stood in that cabin 160 years ago and carved those words into solid timber with the certainty that they would last, that they mattered, that history would remember. Ruth had been a librarian before she became a teacher. 20 years in the Missoula County library system before she moved to Cottonwood Springs and switched to teaching because the pay was better and she needed the pension. But she still thought like a librarian. Still believed that every question had an answer if you knew where to look. Still trusted that the truth was hiding in archives and records and forgotten documents, waiting for someone patient enough to find it. She needed to know who J.M. was, needed to understand the story of this cabin and the person who built it, not just out of curiosity, out of something deeper, a sense that knowing the past of this place might somehow help them survive its present. That the history carved into those logs held answers they desperately needed. The November sun rose late over the Bitterroot Mountains, light spreading slowly across the valley like honey poured from a jar. Ruth woke stiff and cold, her breath visible inside the camper shell despite the sleeping bag. Tom was already awake beside her, his eyes open and staring at the fabric ceiling 6 inches above their faces. They had slept in the truck for 6 weeks now, but it never got easier. Never felt like anything but temporary desperation. "We need to go into town," Ruth said. "To the library. I need to research Jonah Mackenzie." Tom turned his head to look at her. "Ruthie, we don't have gas money. We don't have anything." "It's 8 miles. We can walk if we have to. Tom sat up slowly, his joints protesting. His post-chemo body didn't handle cold well, didn't handle much of anything well. 8 miles in November, he said. That's 4 hours walking. My heart won't take it. Ruth knew he was right. Tom's cardiologist had been clear. The chemotherapy had damaged his heart muscle. Strenuous exercise could trigger arrhythmia or worse, but they needed information more than they needed caution. "We'll drive," she said. "We have a quarter tank. That's enough to get us there and back. We'll figure out gas money later." They drove into Cottonwood Springs as the sun climbed higher, turning the frost on the sagebrush into a million points of light. The truck's heater worked but barely. They wore every layer they owned. Ruth's hands were red with cold on the steering wheel. Tom sat in the passenger seat with his arms wrapped around himself, shivering despite the flannel shirt and down vest and heavy coat. The town was just waking up when they arrived. Lights on in the diner. A few early risers walking dogs or scraping ice off windshields. Ruth drove past it all to the Carnegie Library on 3rd Street, a small brick building with stone columns that had served Cottonwood Springs since 1912. The parking lot was empty except for one vehicle, a silver Subaru that Ruth recognized. Beverly Cartwright was already inside. Through the tall windows Ruth could see her moving around in the stacks, probably shelving returns from the day before. Beverly had been the head librarian for 15 years, since taking over from Ruth when Ruth left for teaching. She was 72 now, officially retired but still volunteering 3 days a week because the library was her life, and she couldn't imagine not being there. Ruth and Tom got out of the truck and walked to the front door. It was locked. Hours didn't start until 10, but Ruth knocked anyway, hoping Beverly would hear. She did. The older woman appeared from between the stacks, saw Ruth and Tom through the glass, and hurried to unlock the door. Her face showed surprise and concern in equal measure. "Ruth," she said as she pushed the door open. "Tom, come in, come in. Good Lord, you both look frozen." They stepped into the warmth of the library, and Ruth felt tears prick her eyes from the simple relief of being inside somewhere heated. The library smelled the way libraries always smelled, of old paper and furniture polish and the particular must of books that had been read by thousands of hands over decades. It smelled like safety, like knowledge, like home. Beverly locked the door behind them and led them to the back office where a space heater glowed orange in the corner. "Sit," she ordered, pointing at the 2 chairs by her desk. "I'll make coffee." She disappeared into the small kitchenette while Ruth and Tom sat gratefully in the warmth. Ruth could hear the coffee maker gurgling, the sound of mugs being pulled from a cabinet. When Beverly returned, she carried 3 cups of coffee so hot that steam rose in visible curls. She handed one to each of them and sat behind her desk with the 3rd. "I saw Diane Mackenzie's Facebook post," Beverly said without preamble, "about you buying the old homestead cabin. The whole town's talking about it." "Let them talk," Tom said quietly. Beverly studied them both over the rim of her coffee cup. Her eyes were sharp despite her age. What Ruth had always loved about Beverly was that she saw things other people missed, details, connections, the truth beneath the surface. "You didn't come here to complain about gossip," Beverly said. "What do you need?" Ruth set her coffee cup on the desk. "Inside the cabin," she said, "we found something carved into one of the beams. Initials and a date. J.M. 1864, and the words first in Bitterroot." Beverly's eyes widened slightly. "J.M.," she repeated, "Jonah Mackenzie." "That's what I think," Ruth said. "I found a reference online last night, but the cell signal at the cabin is terrible. I need to know more, who he was, when he came here. What happened to the homestead after he died? Everything." Beverly was already standing up. She crossed to a filing cabinet and pulled out a key ring heavy with old brass keys. "Come with me," she said. They followed her through the library to a door marked Archives. Beverly unlocked it and flipped on the lights. The room beyond was small and climate-controlled, lined floor to ceiling with metal shelving units holding boxes and folders and bound volumes. This was where Cottonwood Springs kept its history: birth records and death certificates, land deeds and marriage licenses, newspapers dating back to the town's founding, everything that made a community's memory physical and permanent. Beverly went straight to a section labeled Historical Society Records and pulled down 3 large boxes. She set them on the reading table in the center of the room. "These are the original homestead files from the territorial period," she said, 1860 through 1889. "If Jonah Mackenzie filed a claim in 1864, it should be in here." They spent the next 2 hours going through the boxes carefully, methodically, with the patience that comes from understanding that history reveals itself slowly to those willing to wait for it. The documents were fragile, some of them more than 150 years old. Yellowed paper that crackled when touched, the fibers brittle with age. Ink faded to brown or sepia, the words sometimes barely visible against the discolored background. Handwriting in the careful script of people who had learned penmanship with quill and ink and paper, that was too expensive to waste on mistakes or casual notes. Beverly worked with them, showing them how to handle the old documents without damaging them further, how to support the paper from underneath, how to turn pages at the corners where the oils from fingers would do the least harm. Ruth had forgotten how much she loved this kind of work, the detective work of history, the slow piecing together of stories from fragments and traces, the way the past spoke to you if you listened carefully enough. Tom sat quietly, watching Ruth's face as she read through application after application from homesteaders long dead, men who had come west looking for land and opportunity and a fresh start. Most of their names meant nothing now. Most of their claims had failed. Most of their dreams had ended in drought or debt, or the simple grinding difficulty of trying to farm Montana dirt that was better suited to buffalo grass than wheat. But they had tried. They had believed. They had filled out these forms in careful handwriting and staked their futures on 160 acres of frontier land. Ruth found it in the second box, 3/4 of the way down through a stack of applications from the summer of 1864. A homestead application dated July 5th, just 1 day after Independence Day. The paper was heavier than modern stock, with a texture that spoke of cotton rag content instead of wood pulp. At the top, in ornate script that must have been printed from an engraved plate, "Montana Territory Land Office, Missoula." Below that, a form filled out in steady handwriting with occasional blots where the pen had paused or been refilled from an ink bottle. Her hands were shaking as she read the name at the top. Jonah Mackenzie, age 32 years, place of birth Montpelier, Vermont, current residence Bitterroot Valley, Montana Territory, occupation farmer and carpenter, land claimed 160 acres, section 14, township 8 north, range 19 west, structures erected, 1 cabin measuring 10 feet by 10 feet, log construction with shake roof, completed June 1864. Crops planted, none this season but intend to plant wheat and vegetables spring 1865. Livestock, none at present. Intent, permanent settlement and agricultural development for purpose of family farm. At the bottom of the application, in slightly shakier handwriting as if the writer's emotion had affected his penmanship, "I claim this land under the Homestead Act of 1862. I swear I am over 21 years of age, am a citizen or intend to become a citizen, and have not borne arms against the United States. I intend to improve this land and make it my permanent home." Signed, Jonah Mackenzie, July 4th, 1864. Ruth read the words aloud for Tom to hear, her voice catching on the final sentence. July 4th. Independence Day. Jonah had filed his claim on the day the nation celebrated freedom. Maybe that was intentional. Maybe he saw the symbolism in claiming his own piece of America on the anniversary of American independence. Or maybe it was just coincidence. But either way, the date felt weighted with meaning. Name: Jonah Mackenzie. Age: 32 years. Place of birth: Vermont. Current residence: Bitterroot Valley, Montana Territory. Land claimed: 160 acres, Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West. Structures: one cabin, 10 feet by 10 feet. Log construction, completed June 1864. Crops planted: none. First season. Livestock: none. Intent: permanent settlement and agricultural development. Attached to the application with a rusted pin was a hand-drawn map showing the claimed land, the cabin marked with a small square at what looked like the exact location where Ruth and Tom's cabin stood now. The corners of the property were marked with stone cairns. A seasonal creek ran along the eastern boundary. Everything matched what Ruth had seen yesterday. "This is it," she whispered. "This is our cabin." Beverly was reading over her shoulder. "The application was approved," she said, pointing to a stamp at the bottom. "Granted August 1st, 1864, but look at this." She pulled out another document from the same folder. A patent, the kind issued when a homesteader completed the 5-year requirement and gained full ownership. This one was dated September 15, 1869. Heavy paper with an official seal embossed in wax. At the bottom, a printed signature: Andrew Johnson, President of the United States. Jonah Mackenzie proved his claim, Beverly said. 5 years of continuous habitation and improvement. In 1869, he got his patent, legal ownership of 160 acres. Tom was leaning forward, studying the map. "Where's the rest of it?" he asked. "You can see part of the original property line still exists where we found the cabin, but 160 acres is a lot more than quarter acre." Beverly pulled out a third document, a deed of sale dated 1887. Jonah Mackenzie selling 80 acres of his homestead to the Bitterroot Valley Development Company for $1,200. Another deed from 1890, selling another 60 acres to various buyers after the town incorporated. A third deed from 1892, 2 years after Jonah's death according to Beverly's research, selling the remaining land except for a small parcel around the original cabin. "The family kept selling it off," Beverly said. "Probably needed the money. By 1900, almost nothing was left of the original homestead except the cabin and the immediate land around it. That quarter acre you bought is literally all that remains." Ruth was still staring at Jonah Mackenzie's homestead application, looking at his handwriting, imagining him sitting somewhere in that valley in 1864, filling out this form with a pen he probably had to sharpen with a knife, declaring his intention to stay, to build a life, to claim this land as his own. "What happened to him?" she asked. "To Jonah?" Beverly had clearly done this research before. She pulled out a folder of newspaper clippings, photocopies of articles from the Bitterroot Gazette dating back to the 1880s. "Jonah Mackenzie was a prominent citizen," she said. "Not wealthy, but respected. He served on the town council when Cottonwood Springs incorporated in 1878. He was a volunteer firefighter. He helped establish the first school. He died in 1891 at age 59. Heart failure, according to the death certificate." "Any family?" Tom asked. Beverly nodded. "Married Kathleen O'Brien in 1866, Irish immigrant. They had 6 children, 4 survived to adulthood. The eldest daughter was Mary Mackenzie, born 1867. She married a ranch hand named Seamus Brennan in 1890. Tom's head came up sharply. "Brennan," he said. Beverly was watching him. "Your family name," she said. "I noticed that yesterday when I saw Diane's post. Tom Brennan, Irish ancestry, I assume." Tom nodded slowly. "My great-grandfather came from Ireland in the 1870s, worked as a ranch hand. His name was Seamus." The room went very quiet. Ruth felt her heart beating hard in her chest. Beverly was looking at Tom with an expression of dawning realization. "Tom," Beverly said carefully, "where exactly did your great-grandfather work?" Tom's voice was barely above a whisper. "Family stories said the Mackenzie Ranch, that he married the boss's daughter." Beverly pulled out the genealogy file she had been building over the years as part of the Historical Society's family tree project. She flipped through pages until she found what she was looking for. Mary Mackenzie, born 1867, married Seamus Brennan, born 1852 in County Cork, Ireland. Immigrated 1874. Worked for Jonah Mackenzie from 1875 to 1890. Married Mary Mackenzie 1890. They had 5 children. The eldest son was named Thomas Brennan, born 1891. "That was my grandfather," Tom said. "Thomas Brennan. We called him Big Tom. He died when I was 12, but I remember him." Beverly looked up from the documents. "Tom," she said quietly, "you're Jonah Mackenzie's great-great-grandson, through your great-grandfather Seamus and Jonah's daughter Mary." The words seemed to hang in the air like smoke. Ruth reached over and took Tom's hand. His fingers were cold despite the heated room. He was staring at the homestead application with Jonah Mackenzie's handwriting, understanding now that he was looking at his own ancestors' words. "I bought my great-great-grandfather's cabin," Tom whispered, "for $3. "You didn't just buy it," Beverly said. "You inherited it. By rights, that cabin should have passed down through Mary to her children. But somewhere along the way the family lost track of it, sold off the land but forgot about the original structure. And now, more than 100 years later, you found it again." Ruth was trying to process this. The odds were impossible. That they would see the estate sale sign, that they would have exactly $3, that the cabin would be for sale at exactly that price. That Tom would turn out to be a direct descendant of the man who built it. It felt like something beyond coincidence, like history pulling them toward itself with invisible threads. "There's something else you should see," Beverly said. She went back to the boxes and pulled out a leather-bound journal. This was donated to the Historical Society by Jonah's granddaughter in 1945. His personal journal from 1864 through 1872. "I haven't read all of it, but I've seen enough to know it's remarkable." She handed it to Ruth. The leather was cracked and dry, but the binding was still intact. Ruth opened it carefully. The first page showed the same handwriting from the homestead application. Jonah Mackenzie's journal. The title page was dated June 1, 1864. The first entry began, "Today I completed the cabin. 10 feet square, log walls, shake roof. Not much, but it's mine. First permanent dwelling in this valley. I carved my claim on the main beam so anyone who comes after will know. JM was here first." Ruth read the words aloud for Tom to hear. Her voice caught on the last sentence. JM was here first. Exactly what they had found carved into the beam. "This journal could tell us everything about the cabin," Beverly said. "How he built it. What he went through that first winter. All of it." "Can we borrow it?" Ruth asked. Beverly hesitated. Library policy said no. Historical documents weren't supposed to leave the climate-controlled archives. But she looked at Ruth's face and Tom's and made a decision. She was breaking rules she had enforced for 15 years, but some things mattered more than regulations. "Yes," she said, "but you have to promise to keep it safe. That journal is irreplaceable." "We promise," Ruth said. They left the library 2 hours later with copies of the homestead documents. the journal carefully wrapped in acid-free paper, and 3 pages of handwritten notes Beverly had made about Jonah Mackenzie's life and family. Ruth also had Beverly's phone number and an open invitation to come back anytime they needed help with research. The Dodge Ram's gas gauge was showing almost empty when they got back to the cabin. They had burned most of their quarter tank making the round trip. Ruth parked next to their tent and turned off the engine. The silence that followed was profound. They sat there for a moment without speaking. "We need to do something about shelter," Tom said finally. "We can't sleep in the truck much longer. It's too cold, and it's only going to get worse." Ruth looked at the cabin, the collapsed roof, the broken window, the door hanging crooked. It looked impossible, but she thought about Jonah Mackenzie building it from nothing in 1864, building it by himself with hand tools and determination. If he could do it then, maybe they could restore it now. "Let's look inside again," she said. "Really look, see what's salvageable." They got out and walked to the cabin. In the daylight it looked even more ruined than it had at sunset yesterday, but Ruth was starting to see past the decay to the structure underneath. The walls were solid. The logs had weathered to silver gray, but they were sound. The foundation stones were still in place. The bones of this building were strong. Tom pushed the door open and they stepped inside. The November sun coming through the broken window and the gap in the roof provided enough light to see clearly now. The dirt floor was covered in debris, but underneath Ruth could see flat stones arranged in a pattern near the fireplace. The hearthstones. The place where Jonah would have cooked and heated his cabin through the brutal Montana winters. Tom was examining the fireplace more closely in the daylight. Most of the chimney had collapsed, but the base was intact. The river rocks that formed the hearth were massive, some weighing 50 pounds or more. They had been carefully selected and fitted together. Whoever built this fireplace knew what they were doing. He knelt down and started brushing away the accumulated dirt and leaves. Ruth joined him. They worked in silence, clearing the hearth stone by stone. Some of them were loose, shifted by more than a century of freeze-thaw cycles. Tom lifted one of the larger stones at the edge of the hearth and set it aside. "Ruthie," he said, "look at this." Beneath where the stone had been, the earth was different, darker, more compact, like it had been disturbed and refilled at some point. Tom brushed away more dirt and found the edge of something flat, something that wasn't stone or earth. He looked up at Ruth. His hands were shaking. "There's something buried here," he said. They worked faster now, carefully removing more of the loose hearthstones and clearing away the dirt underneath. What emerged was a rectangular depression in the floor, lined with flat rocks to create a cavity about 12 inches deep and 20 inches across. It looked deliberately constructed, a hiding place built into the structure itself. And inside that hiding place was a tin box. It was rusted but intact, about the size of a small suitcase. The lid was sealed tight by more than a century of oxidation. Tom lifted it out carefully. It was heavy, something substantial inside. They carried it outside into better light and the cleaner air. The November sun was bright now despite the cold, the light sharp and clear in the way it only gets in mountain country when the air is thin and free of humidity. They set the box on a flat piece of ground between them, both kneeling in the dirt and frost-dried grass. Tom worked at the lid with his pocket knife, carefully prying at the rusted seam where the top met the body of the box. The metal resisted. More than a century of oxidation had virtually welded the pieces together, but Tom was patient. He worked slowly, moving the knife blade along the seam a fraction of an inch at a time, feeling for weakness, for any place where the rust hadn't completely fused. Ruth held her breath without meaning to. She didn't know what they would find inside this box that had been sealed and hidden beneath hearthstones for longer than anyone now living had been alive. Didn't dare hope for anything specific. But the fact that Jonah Mackenzie had gone to the trouble of building a hiding place into the structure of his cabin, had carefully sealed something inside a tin box to protect it from moisture and time, meant whatever it was mattered. Meant it was important enough to preserve. Meant it was meant to be found someday by someone who would understand its value. The lid gave way with a grinding metallic sound, metal scraping against metal after more than 100 years of stillness. Tom lifted it open slowly, the hinges protesting with squeaks and resistance. Ruth leaned forward to see inside. The interior of the box was surprisingly clean, the seal having protected the contents from the worst of the elements. No water damage, no significant deterioration, just the slight yellowing and brittleness that comes with extreme age. The first thing Ruth saw was another leather-bound journal, smaller and thinner than the one Beverly had lent them from the library collection. Tom lifted it out with hands that trembled slightly, whether from cold or emotion Ruth couldn't tell. The leather cover was dry and cracked, the spine stiff. He opened it carefully to the first page, supporting the binding from underneath so the old glue wouldn't crack further. More of Jonah Mackenzie's handwriting, the same careful script they had seen on the homestead application. But these words were different. Private journal, it said at the top in letters slightly larger than the rest. Not for public record, for family eyes only. Below that, a longer passage. If you are reading this, I am dead and gone to whatever reward or punishment awaits me. These items I leave in trust for my heirs and descendants. I have hidden them here beneath the hearthstones of the cabin where I began my life in this valley. The cabin itself may fall to ruin. The land may change hands. The world may forget Jonah Mackenzie ever lived. But these stones will remain, and what I have hidden beneath them will wait for someone worthy to find. Use what I have preserved wisely. Build something good with it, something lasting. Something that honors the sacrifice of those who came before and provides for those who come after. Do not squander what I have protected. Signed, Jonah Mackenzie, March 1891. Tom's voice broke slightly as he read the words aloud. March 1891. He died in September that year according to Beverly's research. He wrote this knowing he didn't have much time left. Beneath the journal was a stack of papers, perhaps 20 or 30 sheets, yellowed with age but still intact and legible. Tom lifted them out one by one with the same careful reverence he might have shown handling ancient scripture or family photographs from a war. Official documents, Ruth could see that much. Heavy paper stock, wax seals pressed into red or black medallions. Elaborate handwriting in the formal style of legal scribes from the territorial period. Land deeds and survey maps and various legal papers, whose purpose she could only guess at. And there, perhaps halfway down through the stack, Tom found the document that would change everything. His hand stopped moving. His breath caught audibly. Ruth leaned closer to see what had frozen him in place. It was printed on paper heavier than anything else in the stack, a weight and quality that spoke of government importance. The border was ornate, an elaborate pattern of scrollwork and geometric designs that would have been engraved on a copper plate and printed on a press. At the top in flowing script that took up nearly a quarter of the page, Homestead Patent, United States of America. Below that, dense text in formal legal language describing a grant of land from the federal government to Jonah Mackenzie of Montana Territory. The legal description matched what they had seen on the earlier application. 160 acres in Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West. The date was September 15, 1864. And at the bottom, below the text and the official seal, a signature. Not printed, not stamped, not reproduced mechanically in any way. An actual signature in ink that had faded to brown but was still clearly legible. The handwriting was distinctive, angular and forceful with an unusual combination of uppercase and lowercase letters that Ruth recognized from history textbooks and museum displays. Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States. Tom's voice was barely a whisper. "Ruthie, this is signed by Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln signed this document." Ruth felt tears starting in her eyes. She reached out and touched the paper with one finger, barely grazing the surface, touching something that Lincoln himself had touched. The president who had signed the Homestead Act into law in 1862, who had believed that ordinary people deserved the chance to own land, who had died defending the principle that all men were created equal and deserved the opportunity to build lives of dignity and purpose. That president had signed this document giving Tom's great-great-grandfather 160 acres of Montana territory. And now, more than 150 years later, Tom was holding that signature in his hands. "This was signed 2 months before he was shot," Tom said, his voice shaking. "2 months before Ford's Theater. Lincoln signed this and then he died, and Jonah kept it safe all these years, and now we're holding it." They sat there for a long moment in silence, both of them staring at the document. The November sun warm on their faces despite the cold air. The mountains blue and distant beyond the sagebrush. The cabin behind them with its collapsed roof and broken window, the cabin that Jonah had built with his own hands to prove up on this exact claim. There were more documents in the stack. Ruth pulled them out carefully, one after another, laying them on the ground in sequence. Another deed, this one dated June 12, 1889, 25 years after the Homestead patent. The heading was different: Deed of Mineral Rights Reservation. Ruth read it slowly, trying to parse the dense legal language. Jonah Mackenzie, being sole owner of Homestead Patent Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West, 160 acres, hereby reserves all mineral rights to himself and heirs in perpetuity, excepted from any future land sales or transfers. Said mineral rights to include all metals, minerals, gems, petroleum, and valuable substances beneath the surface of said property. This reservation to be binding on all subsequent surface land transfers in perpetuity. It was signed by Jonah and witnessed by 2 other people. Dated June 12, 1889. Below the signatures was an official seal from Missoula County, Montana Territory. Tom was reading it too. His voice was quiet. "What does this mean?" Ruth thought back to her teaching days when she had to explain property law basics for a social studies unit. "Mineral rights are separate from surface rights," she said. "You can own the land on top, but someone else can own what's underneath. This document says Jonah kept the mineral rights even when he sold the surface land." "But we bought the cabin," Tom said. "How does that affect mineral rights?" "I don't know," Ruth admitted. "We need a lawyer." They went through the rest of the tin box carefully. There were letters from Jonah to various government offices, survey maps of the original homestead with detailed notes in the margins, a stack of correspondence tied with faded ribbon, and at the very bottom, another small journal with a note tucked inside. Tom unfolded the note. Jonah's handwriting again, but shakier than in the earlier documents. "To my heirs," it read, "I am 79 years old as I write this. The doctor says my heart is failing. I have hidden these documents where they will remain safe until someone worthy finds them. The mineral rights I reserved are valuable. Miners came through in '87 and found copper under my land, offered $500 for the rights. I said no. Those minerals belong to my family. To my children's children. Use this wealth to build something good, something lasting. Don't squander what I preserved." Signed, Jonah Mackenzie, March 1891. Tom looked up from the note. His face had gone pale. "Copper," he said. He knew there was copper under this land. Ruth was trying to remember anything she knew about copper mining in Montana. There had been huge strikes in Butte. Anaconda Copper had built an empire, but she didn't know about copper in the Bitterroot Valley. "We need to talk to someone," she said. "Someone who understands property law and mining rights." Beverly had given them the name of a lawyer in Missoula. James Harlow, 70 years old, semi-retired but still taking cases that interested him. Beverly said he was honest and had done pro bono work for the Historical Society. Ruth pulled out her phone. The signal was weak, but it worked. James Harlow answered on the third ring. His voice was gravelly but kind. "Beverly Cartwright told me you might call," he said. "She filled me in on your situation. Why don't you come see me this afternoon? I have time at 3. The drive to Missoula used the last of their gas. Ruth watched the needle sink below empty as they pulled into the parking lot of James Harlow's office. The building was a converted house on the edge of downtown. Wood siding painted dark green. A small shingle hanging by the door. James P. Harlow, attorney at law. They carried the tin box inside. The receptionist was a young woman who smiled warmly and told them to go right in. James Harlow's office was cluttered with books and files, and the accumulated debris of 45 years of practicing law in Montana. The man himself was tall and lean with white hair and the weathered face of someone who spent his free time outdoors. He stood to shake their hands. "Beverly tells me you bought the old Mackenzie homestead cabin," he said, "for $3, and found some interesting documents." They showed him everything. The tin box contents spread across his large desk, the homestead patent with Lincoln's signature, the mineral rights deed from 1889, Jonah's final note about copper, their own bill of sale from Carl Jensen. James examined each document carefully, pulling out a magnifying glass to study the signatures and seals. He worked in silence for nearly an hour. Ruth and Tom sat across from him and waited. Finally, he set down the magnifying glass and leaned back in his chair. "This is remarkable," he said. "These documents are authentic. I'd stake my reputation on it. The homestead patent is genuine Lincoln era. The mineral rights deed is properly executed and recorded. And your bill of sale from Carl Jensen, crude as it is legally binding." "So we own the mineral rights?" Tom asked. James held up a hand. "Let's go step by step. First, the homestead patent granted Jonah Mackenzie 160 acres. That's established. Second, Jonah sold most of that land over the years but reserved mineral rights in 1889. That's also established. The question is whether those mineral rights transferred with your purchase of the cabin." He pulled out a legal pad and started sketching a diagram. When you buy a property, you typically buy what's called a fee simple estate. That includes surface rights and mineral rights unless someone has previously separated them. In this case, Jonah separated the mineral rights in 1889 and reserved them for himself and his heirs. "So his descendants own the mineral rights," Ruth said. "Exactly. Now here's where it gets interesting. Tom, you are Jonah's great-great-grandson through his daughter Mary. That makes you a direct heir. When Mary inherited from Jonah, she would have inherited a portion of those mineral rights. When Mary died, they would have passed to her children, and so on down the line until they reach you." "But I didn't know about any of this," Tom said. "How can I inherit something I didn't know existed?" "Doesn't matter," James said. "Inheritance doesn't require knowledge. It requires bloodline and legal succession. If you're the heir, you inherit whether you know about it or not." "What about the cabin sale?" Ruth asked. "When we bought the cabin from Carl Jensen, did we buy the mineral rights too?" James tapped the bill of sale. "This says you bought the homestead cabin and associated land. That language is crucial. The cabin is the original homestead structure. It could be argued that the mineral rights are associated with the homestead itself, not just the surface land. Which means by buying the cabin, you bought the rights that go with it." He leaned forward, "But here's what we need to establish. First, confirm Tom's genealogy, prove he's Jonah's descendant. Second, research the chain of title for the mineral rights. Make sure they were never sold or transferred separately. Third, determine if there actually is valuable minerals under this land. Jonah mentioned copper, but that was 1887. Is it still there? Is it worth anything? How do we find out? Tom asked. James pulled a file from his desk drawer. I did some preliminary research after Beverly called. There was a mining survey done in the Bitterroot Valley in 2020. A company called Rocky Mountain Minerals was looking for copper deposits. They found a significant vein running through Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West. That's our section, Ruth said. That's your section, James confirmed. According to their report, the copper vein is substantial. 50 million pounds of recoverable copper at current market prices. That's over $200 million in gross value. The room seemed to tilt. Ruth gripped the arms of her chair. Tom had gone completely still beside her. James continued in his calm lawyer voice. Mining companies typically pay 8 to 15% royalties to mineral rights holders. Based on the size of this deposit, you're looking at somewhere between $16 and $30 million in royalties over the life of the mine. Conservatively. 30 million, Tom whispered. James held up a cautioning hand. That's if we can prove your claim, if the mineral rights weren't sold, if the mining company agrees to negotiate, if 100 other legal details fall into place. This could take years to sort out, and it will cost money for legal fees, genealogy research, title searches. Money I assume you don't have. We have $3, Ruth said. Then she laughed because it was absurd. We spent our last $3 on this. James smiled. I'll take the case on contingency. 25% of any settlement. If we win, I get paid. If we lose, you owe nothing. Why would you do that? Tom asked. James leaned back in his chair. I've been practicing law in Montana for 45 years. I've seen a lot of cases. Most of them are routine. Boring. This one, he gestured at the document spread across his desk, this one is special. This is a couple who bought a piece of history for $3 and found out it came with a fortune. This is a direct descendant unknowingly reclaiming his great-great-grandfather's legacy. This is justice and poetry, and the kind of case I became a lawyer to handle. He stood up and extended his hand. Let me do this. Let me fight for you. We'll prove Tom's heritage. We'll establish your claim. And we'll make sure you get what Jonah Mackenzie meant for his heirs to have. Ruth and Tom drove back to Cottonwood Springs as the sun set behind the Bitterroot Mountains. The gas tank was empty. The truck coughed twice and died half a mile from their cabin. They had to walk the rest of the way in the gathering darkness, carrying the tin box between them. But they didn't care. They walked through the sagebrush under the emerging stars and talked about what had just happened. About Jonah Mackenzie hiding documents for his descendants to find. About Tom being a direct heir. About copper worth millions buried beneath the land where they now stood. When they reached the cabin, they found 3 pickup trucks parked near their tent. Dale Mackenzie was standing by the nearest one with 2 other men, ranch hands by the look of them, large and unfriendly. Dale stepped forward as Ruth and Tom approached. You need to leave, he said without preamble. This is Mackenzie family property. Tom set down the tin box. We have a bill of sale. Carl Jensen sold us this cabin legally. That sale was a mistake, Dale said. Carl had no authority to sell family heritage property. I'm voiding it. Here's $500 for your trouble. He pulled an envelope from his jacket. Take it and go. Ruth felt anger rising in her chest. Anger at the assumption that they could be bought off. Anger at Dale's casual contempt. Anger at being treated like trespassers on their own land. We're not leaving, she said quietly. Dale's expression hardened. Then I'll have you removed for trespassing. "This is our property," Tom said. "We have a legal deed." "You have a napkin with Carl's signature," Dale shot back. "That's not a legal deed. And when my lawyer gets done with you, you'll wish you'd never heard of Cottonwood Springs. You're homeless squatters trying to steal my family's land, and I don't take kindly to thieves." He got in his truck. The engine roared to life. The other two trucks followed him back down the rough track toward the road, leaving Ruth and Tom standing in their headlights' fading glow. They looked at each other in the darkness. In the span of 12 hours, they had gone from homeless poverty to potential millionaires and back to threatened eviction. The whiplash was dizzying. Tom picked up the tin box. Inside were documents signed by Abraham Lincoln. Inside were mineral rights worth $30 million. Inside was proof that this land, this cabin, this quarter-acre of sagebrush and stones belonged to Tom's family by blood and law and history. "He's going to fight us," Tom said. "Let him fight," Ruth replied. "We have Jonah Mackenzie on our side, and Jonah was here first." They walked to their tent, set the tin box carefully inside, crawled into their sleeping bags as the temperature dropped toward freezing. They had no gas, no food beyond one can of soup, no money, no heat except their body warmth and the thin insulation of synthetic fill. But they had something they didn't have yesterday. They had proof. They had documents. They had a lawyer willing to fight. They had the knowledge that this cabin and this land and these mineral rights belonged to them not by accident but by inheritance, by blood, by the careful planning of a man who had died more than 130 years ago but who had thought about his heirs and what he could leave them. Ruth thought about Jonah Mackenzie's final note. "Don't squander what I preserved. Build something good, something lasting." She reached over and took Tom's hand in the darkness. "We're going to win this," she said. Tom squeezed her fingers. His voice was quiet but certain. "We already won. We found the cabin. We found the documents. We found out who we are. Everything else is just details." They fell asleep holding hands. Two old people in a tent beside a ruined cabin on a quarter-acre of frozen Montana ground. Millionaires on paper and penniless in practice. Heirs to a fortune that was locked in the earth beneath them. Custodians of a history they were only beginning to understand. But the battle for that inheritance was about to begin. And by morning, the whole valley would know that Ruth and Tom Brennan were not backing down. The tin box sat between them in the tent. Inside it, Abraham Lincoln's signature waited in the darkness. Outside, the November stars wheeled overhead. And beneath the frozen ground, 50 million pounds of copper slept in the earth, waiting for the heirs of Jonah Mackenzie to claim what had always been theirs. The $3 cabin had become a $30 million claim, and the real fight was only just beginning. The petition that James Harlow filed with the Montana State Property Office was 23 pages long, and it changed everything. Within 48 hours of its submission, word had spread through Cottonwood Springs like wildfire through dry timber. The homeless couple living in a tent had filed a legal claim to mineral rights worth $30 million. They were claiming ownership based on a homestead patent signed by Abraham Lincoln and a mineral rights deed that predated most of the property boundaries in the Bitterroot Valley. They were claiming that Tom Brennan was the direct descendant and rightful heir of Jonah Mackenzie, the man who had founded the valley's first permanent settlement. And they were claiming that everyone who thought they owned the mineral rights under their land might be wrong. The town's reaction was immediate and divided. At the diner on Main Street, ranchers who had struggled for generations with water rights and grazing leases, and the endless financial pressure of working land that barely yielded enough to survive saw Ruth and Tom's claim as hope. If the little guy could win against the system, if ancient rights could be reclaimed from the corporations and wealthy landowners who had accumulated power over decades, maybe there was justice left in Montana after all. These men and women, their hands scarred from barbed wire and their faces weathered from decades of high country sun, raised their coffee cups in quiet salute when Ruth and Tom walked past. Didn't say much. Montana ranchers weren't the talking kind, but they nodded, and in that culture, a nod meant something. At the bank and the real estate offices and the law firms that served Cottonwood's wealthier residents, the reaction was fury barely contained by professional courtesy. Property rights were supposed to be settled. Clear. The foundation of everything. You couldn't just show up with old documents and claim that the entire structure of land ownership was built on false assumptions. That way led to chaos, to every transaction being questioned, to the kind of legal uncertainty that destroyed property values and scared away investment and made it impossible to do business. Dale Mackenzie made his position clear at the town council meeting 3 days after the petition was filed. He stood at the podium with his lawyer beside him, a man named Marcus Webb who wore suits that cost more than most Cottonwood residents made in a month. "This claim is a fraud," Dale said, his voice carrying across the packed meeting room. "Carl Jensen had no authority to sell the Mackenzie homestead cabin. That structure is part of my family's heritage. It should have been preserved, not sold to vagrant squatters for $3. And this nonsense about mineral rights," he gestured dismissively. "It's based on documents that may or may not be authentic, interpreted by a lawyer who's taking the case on contingency because he knows these people can't afford to pay him. The whole thing is a scam designed to extort money from legitimate property owners." Marcus Webb took the podium next. He was 60 years old with silver hair and the kind of smooth confidence that came from winning more cases than he lost. "The law is clear," he said. "Mineral rights that were separated from surface rights in the 19th century must be properly maintained through continuous documentation and claim renewal. The alleged mineral rights deed from 1889 has not been renewed or re-filed in over 100 years. Under Montana property law, unclaimed mineral rights revert to the surface property owner after 75 years of abandonment, which means even if this deed was once valid, it's not valid anymore." He looked directly at where Ruth and Tom sat in the back row. "These people are trying to steal what doesn't belong to them, and when this gets to court, we will prove it." But not everyone in town saw it Dale's way. Beverly Cartwright stood up from her seat near the middle of the room. She was 72 years old and had lived in Cottonwood Springs longer than most people in that room. Her voice was steady and clear. "Dale," she said, "your great-great-grandfather Jonah Mackenzie built this valley. He filed the first homestead claim. He established the first permanent settlement. Everything we have here started because he had the courage to come west and build something from nothing. And when he died, he left those mineral rights to his descendants. Tom Brennan is his descendant. This isn't theft. This is inheritance. This is family taking back what was always meant to be theirs." The meeting dissolved into arguments that the mayor couldn't control. Neighbors who had known each other for decades took opposite sides. Families split over dinner table debates about property law and historical rights, and whether justice meant honoring the past or protecting the present. Cottonwood Springs, population 2,800, was tearing itself apart. Ruth and Tom stayed away from town as much as possible. They had no gas money to drive anywhere they didn't absolutely need to go. James Harlow had advanced them $500 against his future contingency fee, enough to buy groceries and propane for a camp stove and gas for the truck. They used it carefully, knowing it was all they had until the legal case resolved one way or another. They spent their days at the cabin, trying to make it more livable as November turned to December and the weather grew colder. Tom worked on clearing the debris from inside, hauling out decades of accumulated leaves and animal nests and the scattered remnants of the roof collapse. His post-chemo stamina was limited. He could work for an hour before needing to rest. But he kept at it, methodical and patient, revealing the original cabin floor inch by inch. Ruth worked on the fireplace, carefully restacking the fallen river rocks and trying to rebuild enough of the chimney base to make the structure safe for a fire. They had no mortar, so she used mud mixed with grass, the way she imagined Jonah might have done in 1864, when commercial building supplies would have been impossible to obtain. It was slow work, difficult work, work that their aging bodies protested against with aching joints and exhausted muscles, but it gave them purpose, and it kept them from thinking too much about the legal battle that was building around them like a storm they couldn't outrun. The formal hearing was scheduled for the second week of December. The state property office sent notice that they would convene a preliminary review of the mineral rights claim at the Cottonwood Springs Community Center. All interested parties were invited to testify. James Harlow spent the week before the hearing preparing. He filed additional documentation. He hired a genealogist to trace Tom's lineage back through marriage records and birth certificates and immigration documents. He commissioned a handwriting analysis to verify that the signatures on the mineral rights deed matched known examples of Jonah Mackenzie's writing. He contacted a minerals assay company to confirm that the copper deposit mentioned in the 2020 survey actually existed and was economically viable. Ruth and Tom helped where they could, but mostly they tried to stay out of the way. James was in his element now, building a legal case the way a master carpenter builds a house, with careful attention to foundation and structure, and the small details that make the difference between something that stands and something that falls. He worked 16-hour days, called in favors from colleagues across Montana, built a case that he believed was unassailable. The morning of the hearing arrived with snow in the forecast, and the kind of penetrating cold that only Montana in December can deliver. The sky hung low and gray, heavy with moisture that would fall as snow once the temperature dropped another few degrees. The clouds looked like they were sitting on top of the mountains, pressing down on the valley with the weight of winter coming in earnest. Ruth and Tom drove to the community center in the old Dodge Ram with the heater running at full blast, but barely managing to keep the cab temperature above freezing. Their breath fogged the windows. Ice crystals formed at the corners of the windshield where the defroster couldn't quite reach. They wore their best clothes, which wasn't saying much after 2 years of medical bankruptcy and 6 weeks living in a truck. Ruth had a navy blue dress she had worn to parent-teacher conferences when she was still teaching, back when her life included things like professional wardrobes and regular paychecks. The fabric was faded now, the hem slightly frayed, but it was clean and pressed and dignified. Tom wore slacks that hung loose on his post-chemo frame and a button-down shirt that Ruth had ironed using a travel iron powered by their truck battery. His sport coat was too big for him now, the shoulders extending past where his actual shoulders ended, making him look smaller and more fragile than he was. They looked like what they were, old people struggling to maintain dignity in circumstances that had stripped away almost everything else. The community center parking lot was already full when they arrived 15 minutes early. Pickup trucks and SUVs crowded every space, many of them pulled in at angles that suggested their drivers had arrived in a hurry and didn't care much about the painted lines. People had driven from all over Bitterroot Valley to attend this hearing. Some out of genuine interest in the legal questions at stake, the kind of interest that came from understanding that property law affected everyone who owned land. Some out of simple curiosity, the same impulse that made people slow down to look at car accidents on the highway. Some because they owned property that had once been part of Jonah Mackenzie's original homestead, and the outcome of this hearing would directly determine whether they actually owned the mineral rights beneath their land, or whether those rights belonged to someone else. The room inside had been set up to approximate a courtroom, as closely as the community center's folding tables and portable partitions would allow. Two tables faced a raised platform where a desk had been positioned to give the state property office examiner a place to sit above the proceedings. Rows of folding metal chairs filled the rest of the space, arranged in neat lines with a center aisle creating the impression of a gallery. Every single seat was occupied, and more people lined the walls 3 deep, standing room only for anyone who hadn't arrived early enough to claim a chair. The heating system was working overtime, making the room almost uncomfortably warm given how many bodies were packed inside. But Ruth was grateful for the warmth after the bone-deep cold of sleeping in a tent. James Harlow sat at one table with Ruth and Tom beside him. He had arranged his documents in neat stacks, each page flagged with colored tabs for easy reference. At the other table, Dale Mackenzie sat with Marcus Webb and two junior attorneys who carried matching leather briefcases. Behind them in the front row sat other landowners whose property fell within the original homestead boundaries. Wealthy ranchers and business owners who stood to lose their mineral rights if Ruth and Tom's claim was validated. The examiner entered at exactly 9 o'clock. Her name was Catherine Ross, 52 years old, a career civil servant who had worked for Montana's property office for 28 years. She had a reputation for being fair but exacting. She didn't tolerate procedural errors or emotional arguments. She wanted facts and law and nothing else. She took her seat at the raised table, arranged her own documents, and called the hearing to order. "This is a preliminary review of a petition filed by Thomas Brennan and Ruth Brennan," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the silent room. The petitioners claim ownership of mineral rights to approximately 140 acres of land in Bitterroot Valley, based on an 1889 deed of mineral rights reservation executed by Jonah Mackenzie. Multiple parties have filed objections to this claim. We will hear testimony from both sides and I will issue a preliminary finding within 30 days. Mr. Harlow, you may present your case. James stood and spent the next 90 minutes methodically laying out their argument. He presented the homestead patent signed by Lincoln. He presented the mineral rights deed from 1889. He presented the genealogical evidence linking Tom to Jonah through Mary Mackenzie and Seamus Brennan. He presented the assay reports showing that significant copper deposits existed beneath the claimed land. He presented the handwriting analysis, confirming that the signatures on the key documents were authentic. He called Tom to testify. Tom walked to the witness chair on legs that felt unsteady, raised his right hand, and swore to tell the truth. James asked him simple questions. When did you first learn you might be related to Jonah Mackenzie? What did you find when you purchased the cabin? Why did you decide to pursue this claim? Tom answered in his quiet ranch hand voice, the kind of voice that didn't waste words or exaggerate. He told the truth as plainly as he knew how. That he bought a cabin for $3 because he and Ruth needed shelter. That they found documents hidden under the hearthstones. That Beverly Cartwright helped them research the connection to Jonah. That they brought everything to James Harlow because they didn't know what else to do with information this big. Marcus Webb cross-examined with the aggressive precision of a lawyer who specialized in intimidation. Isn't it true, Mr. Brennan, that you were homeless when you purchased this cabin? Isn't it true that you and Mrs. Brennan were living in your truck? Isn't it true that you had exactly $3 to your name? Tom admitted it was all true. And isn't it convenient, Webb continued, that a homeless man with $3 happened to find documents worth millions? That he happened to be the direct descendant of the man who wrote those documents. That despite having no money for food or shelter, he managed to hire one of the best property lawyers in Montana to represent him on contingency. Doesn't all of that seem just a little too convenient to be believed? Tom looked at him steadily. Life isn't about what's convenient, he said. It's about what's true. And the truth is I'm Jonah Mackenzie's great-great-grandson, whether that's convenient or not. The truth is we found those documents in his cabin, whether anyone believes it or not. And the truth is we're here because it's the right thing to do. Webb called his own witnesses. A property law professor from University of Montana who testified that mineral rights separated from surface rights in the 19th century required continuous documentation to remain valid. A title insurance expert who testified that the gaps in the chain of title for the mineral rights made them legally questionable. A mining engineer who testified that even if the copper deposits existed, extracting them would be economically marginal given current copper prices and the remote location. Then Marcus Webb stood to present what he clearly believed was his strongest piece of evidence, the testimony he had been holding in reserve, waiting for the right moment to deploy maximum impact. He introduced a man named Dr. Philip Archer, a historian from the University of Denver who specialized in Montana territorial records and Western land disputes. Dr. Archer was in his early 50s, professionally groomed in a way that suggested he spent more time in faculty lounges and courtrooms than in archives. His suit was expensive, his haircut precise, his manner that of someone who had testified in court proceedings many times before and knew exactly how to project authority and credibility. He took the witness chair with the easy confidence of an expert witness whose credentials had never been successfully challenged. Webb walked him through those credentials methodically, building a foundation of expertise that would make his testimony almost impossible to dispute. Published author of 3 books on Montana territorial history, associate professor with tenure at a major research university, 20 years of specialized research in territorial land records and mining claims, expert witness in 14 previous property disputes across 7 western states, member of the American Historical Association, the Western History Association, and the Society for Mining History. His curriculum vitae ran to 12 pages. By the time Webb finished the credential review, Dr. Archer had been established as one of the foremost experts in his field. Now Webb moved to the substance. Dr. Archer, have you had occasion to research the Jonah Mackenzie homestead claim and the associated mineral rights deed that forms the basis of the petitioner's case? I have, Dr. Archer said. His voice was measured, academic, the voice of someone accustomed to lecturing to rooms full of students who took notes on every word. I have researched it extensively over the past 6 weeks at the request of counsel. And what did your research reveal? Dr. Archer paused for effect, the way practiced witnesses do when they're about to deliver damaging testimony. He pulled a document from his leather briefcase with the deliberate slowness of someone who knows they're holding a bomb. I found, he said, that in 1895, Jonah Mackenzie sold his mineral rights to a company called the Sweetwater Mining Company for the sum of $500. The room erupted. Whispers and gasps spread through the gallery like ripples from a stone thrown in still water. People leaned forward in their seats. Some stood to see better. Ruth felt the floor seem to tilt beneath her. Her stomach dropped with the sickening sensation of falling. Beside her, Tom's hand found hers under the table and gripped so tight it hurt. At the other table, James Harlow's face remained professionally neutral, but Ruth could see the tension suddenly coiling through his shoulders and back. This was the nightmare scenario every lawyer dreads. Evidence they hadn't known existed. Evidence that, if authentic, would destroy their entire case. Evidence presented in open court where it would immediately become public record and impossible to unring the bell. Webb continued with barely concealed triumph. Dr. Archer, could you describe the document you discovered? Certainly. Dr. Archer held up what appeared to be a historical deed. The paper yellowed with age in a way that looked authentic. The ink faded to the brown sepia tone of 19th-century writing. This is a deed of sale, properly executed and notarized according to territorial law of that period. It clearly states that Jonah Mackenzie, resident of Bitterroot Valley, Montana Territory, in consideration of $500, does hereby sell and convey all mineral rights, including rights to all metals, ores, gems, and valuable substances, to the land described as Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West, to the Sweetwater Mining Company, a corporation organized under the laws of Wyoming Territory. He laid the document on the examiner's table where Catherine Ross could see it. The deed is dated March 7, 1895. It bears what appears to be Jonah Mackenzie's signature, witnessed by two individuals whose names are listed as Thomas Brennan and Mary Mackenzie Brennan. Ruth's heart stopped. Thomas Brennan and Mary Mackenzie Brennan, Tom's great-grandparents, the witnesses to a deed that would destroy their claim. The timing was devastating. March 1895 was 4 years after Jonah's death according to the records Beverly had found, which meant this had to be a different transaction, something that happened after Jonah died, executed by his heirs. Webb pressed his advantage. So despite the 1889 mineral rights reservation deed presented by the petitioners, Jonah Mackenzie, or his estate, subsequently sold those same rights 6 years later, which means the current claim by Mr. and Mrs. Brennan is based on rights that were sold more than 125 years ago. That appears to be what the document indicates, Dr. Archer said with the careful precision of an academic who wants his words on the record exactly as spoken. Catherine Ross was making notes, her face unreadable. She looked up at James Harlow. "Mr. Harlow, do you wish to cross-examine this witness, or do you need time to research this new evidence before proceeding?" The room went silent, everyone waiting to see how James would respond to this devastating revelation. Ruth could see him thinking, his mind racing behind that professional mask, trying to find the angle, the flaw, the question that would crack this testimony open and reveal whatever truth was hiding underneath. James stood slowly. His mind was racing. Ruth could see it, trying to find the flaw in this testimony. "I have a few questions," he said. "Dr. Archer, this deed of sale you've presented, where exactly did you find it?" "In the archives of the Colorado Historical Society. They maintain records from several defunct mining companies that operated in Montana Territory in the 1890s. "And you're certain this Jonah Mackenzie is the same Jonah Mackenzie who filed the original homestead claim in Bitterroot Valley?" "I am. The legal description matches exactly." James paused. "The legal description matches," he repeated. "Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West." "Correct." "And where would that land be located, Dr. Archer?" Dr. Archer hesitated for just a fraction of a second. "In Bitterroot Valley, Montana Territory." James walked to his table and pulled out a document. He handed it to Dr. Archer. "Could you read the heading on this document, please?" Dr. Archer read aloud. "Sweetwater Mining Company Deed of Sale, filed with Laramie County Territorial Office, Wyoming Territory." "Not Montana Territory," James said. "Wyoming Territory. Different place entirely." The doctor's face flushed slightly. The company operated in multiple territories. This particular transaction may have been recorded in Wyoming even though the land was in Montana. "May have been," James repeated. "But you're not certain. In fact, Dr. Archer, isn't it true that there were multiple Jonah Mackenzies in the Western Territories in the 1890s? It was a common Irish name. And isn't it possible that the deed you found was for a different Jonah Mackenzie, one who owned land in Wyoming, not Montana?" I researched extensively, Dr. Archer said, but his confidence was wavering. The legal description matched. The township and range numbers matched, James corrected. But Township 8 North, Range 19 West exists in multiple western states. Unless you can prove that the Sweetwater Mining Company specifically operated in Bitterroot Valley, Montana, then your deed could be for an entirely different property owned by an entirely different man who happened to share the same name. Catherine Ross leaned forward. Dr. Archer, do you have documentation proving that the Sweetwater Mining Company operated in Bitterroot Valley? Dr. Archer shuffled through his papers. He was clearly unprepared for this line of questioning. I would need to research further, he admitted. Then this evidence is inconclusive, Ross said. She made a note on her legal pad. Mr. Webb, do you have any other witnesses? Webb looked shaken. His star witness had just been exposed as potentially mistaken. Not at this time, he said. Ross looked at the clock. It was past 3 in the afternoon. We'll recess for today, she said. I'm giving both parties 2 weeks to investigate Dr. Archer's evidence. Mr. Harlow, you will determine whether the deed he presented refers to a different property and a different Jonah Mackenzie. Mr. Webb, you will provide documentation proving it refers to your Jonah Mackenzie if you can. We'll reconvene January 8th. This hearing is adjourned. The room emptied slowly. People clustered in small groups, talking in low voices. Ruth and Tom sat at their table while James gathered his documents. That was close, Tom said quietly. Too close, James agreed. We need to verify that deed immediately. If it's for our Jonah, we've lost. If it's for a different man, we need ironclad proof. How do we prove it? Ruth asked. Research, James said. The same thing we've been doing all along. We find the truth and we document it until no one can dispute it. That night back at the cabin, Ruth couldn't sleep. She lay in her sleeping bag in the tent they had set up inside the partially restored structure, listening to Tom's breathing and the wind outside, and thought about Dr. Archer. Something about his testimony bothered her beyond the obvious threat it posed. The way he had hesitated before answering some of James's questions. The way his confidence had cracked so quickly under cross-examination. She had spent 30 years as a teacher learning to read faces, to know when children were telling the truth and when they were making up stories to cover mistakes or fears. Dr. Archer had the same tells, the same micro-expressions of someone who wasn't quite certain of their own words. The next morning she called Beverly Cartwright. Beverly, she said, I need your help researching something. Can you look into the Sweetwater Mining Company? Find out where they actually operated in the 1890s, what territories, what states, whether they had any claims in Bitterroot Valley. Beverly was quiet for a moment. You think Dr. Archer made a mistake? I think he made a mistake or he was paid to make one, Ruth said. Either way, we need to know the truth. Beverly spent 3 days in the archives. She called in favors from librarians across the western states. She tracked down old mining company records that had been digitized and stored in university collections. She found newspaper articles from Denver and Salt Lake City and Laramie that mentioned the Sweetwater Mining Company. And on the 3rd day, she found what she was looking for. She called Ruth with barely contained excitement. The Sweetwater Mining Company operated in Wyoming Territory from 1887 to 1902. They had claims in Laramie County, Carbon County, and Albany County, all in Wyoming. They never operated in Montana, not once. Every single claim they filed was in Wyoming or northern Colorado. So the deed Dr. Archer found, Ruth said slowly, was for a different Jonah Mackenzie who owned land in Wyoming. Beverly finished. Your Jonah never sold his mineral rights. Dr. Archer either made a research error or someone paid him to present false evidence. "Can you prove all of this?" Ruth asked. "I can document every word," Beverly said. "I'm putting together a research report now. I'll have it to James by tomorrow." Ruth hung up and told Tom. They sat together at their small camp stove, heating soup for lunch, and felt relief wash over them like warm water. The threat wasn't over. Webb and Dale would fight this ruling. They would appeal. They would find other experts and other arguments, but this particular attack had failed. James filed Beverly's research with Catherine Ross's office the next week. He also filed a formal complaint about Dr. Archer's testimony, suggesting that the historian had either failed to do basic due diligence or had knowingly presented false evidence. The complaint went to the University of Denver's Ethics Board. It also went to the various professional organizations that certified expert witnesses. Dr. Archer's reputation took a significant hit, and the credibility of Marcus Webb's entire defense strategy crumbled. But Dale Mackenzie wasn't finished. If legal arguments wouldn't work, he would try other methods. The night after James filed the complaint, someone vandalized Ruth and Tom's tent, slashed the canvas with a knife, scattered their belongings, spray-painted obscenities on the cabin walls. The sheriff came out to take a report, but there were no witnesses and no evidence pointing to any specific person. "Just vandalism," the sheriff said with a shrug that made clear he didn't intend to investigate very hard. 2 nights later, someone fired a rifle shot into the air near the cabin at 2 in the morning. Ruth and Tom woke to the crack of the gunshot echoing across the valley. Tom's heart rate spiked so high that Ruth was terrified he would have another cardiac event. They huddled in their sleeping bags, afraid to move until the sun came up. The sheriff's response was the same. No witnesses, no evidence, nothing he could do. Maybe they should consider relocating for their own safety. Then Mayor Dennis Whitfield came to visit. He arrived alone in his personal truck on a cold December afternoon when the sky was threatening snow. Ruth and Tom had been working on the cabin, trying to rebuild after the vandalism. They saw him coming and met him outside. The mayor was 55 years old and had owned the Chevrolet dealership in Cottonwood for 20 years before running for office. He had the smooth friendliness of a career salesman. "Tom, Ruth," he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "can we talk for a minute?" They stood in the cold and listened. The mayor got right to the point. "This situation is tearing our town apart," he said. "Neighbors aren't speaking to each other. Businesses are suffering. Property values are dropping because no one knows if their land titles are secure. We need this to end." "We're pursuing our legal rights," Tom said. "I understand that," the mayor replied, "and maybe you're legally in the right. But sometimes being right isn't the same as doing the right thing. I'm here to make you an offer that could solve everyone's problems." He pulled an envelope from his jacket. Inside were cashier's checks, 5 checks for $15,000 each, $75,000 total. "This is from a discretionary fund the town keeps for emergency situations," the mayor said. "You drop the mineral rights claim. You sign an agreement that you won't pursue it any further, and you take this money and relocate somewhere warm. Arizona maybe, or New Mexico. Somewhere you can live comfortably for the rest of your lives." Ruth stared at the checks. $75,000 was more money than she and Tom had ever had at one time in their lives combined. It would buy them a small house somewhere, would pay for Tom's medical care, would mean they never had to worry about food or heat or sleeping in a truck again. "Why would you pay us to leave if our claim is worthless?" she asked. The mayor's smile tightened. "I'm trying to preserve peace in this community. Sometimes that costs money." Tom shook his head. "We're not leaving. This is our land, our family's land. We're staying." The mayor's expression hardened. "You're making a mistake," he said. "People in this town have long memories. You're choosing to make enemies you can't afford." "We already have enemies," Ruth said quietly. "Taking your money won't change that." The mayor got back in his truck and left without another word. That night, someone cut the brake lines on the Dodge Ram. Tom discovered it the next morning when he tried to drive into town for supplies, and the brake pedal went straight to the floor. He managed to stop using the emergency brake. Could have been killed if he'd been going faster or if there had been other traffic on the road. This time the sheriff didn't even pretend to investigate. "Brake lines get old and corrode," he said with another shrug. "Probably just age and wear." James Harlow was furious when he heard. He filed complaints with the state police. He contacted the FBI about potential civil rights violations, but without proof connecting the vandalism and threats to Dale or anyone else, there was nothing law enforcement would do. Tom and Ruth were old. They were poor. They were making powerful people angry. In the calculation of small-town politics, they didn't rate protection. Then Beverly called with news that changed everything again. "I found something," she said. Her voice was shaking with excitement or fear or both. "Something about the 1874 county fire." "What fire?" Ruth asked. "The Bitterroot County Courthouse burned down in 1874. All the original land records were destroyed. The official story was that it was an accident. A kerosene lamp knocked over during a late-night work session. But I found newspaper articles from that time. Letters to the editor. People questioning whether it was really an accident." "Why would anyone burn down the courthouse?" Tom asked. "Land records," Beverly said. "If you wanted to erase evidence of certain property transactions. If you wanted to make sure that old claims could never be verified. If you wanted to create enough confusion about land titles that you could file new claims and no one could disprove them." She paused. "Ruth, I think someone burned down the courthouse deliberately to destroy evidence of Jonah Mackenzie's mineral rights. And I think I know who." She sent them copies of what she'd found. Letters from 1875 written by Jonah himself to the territorial government, complaining that his mineral rights deed had been destroyed in the fire, and requesting a certified copy from the Territorial Land Office. A response from the Land Office saying they had no record of any mineral rights deed for Jonah Mackenzie. Jonah's increasingly desperate letters over the following months, insisting the deed existed, demanding they search more thoroughly. Finally, a letter from a territorial official telling Jonah that without the original deed or a certified copy, his claim to mineral rights could not be recognized. But Jonah had hidden a copy in the tin box under the hearthstones, the copy that Ruth and Tom had found more than 140 years later, the copy that proved Jonah's mineral rights claim had been legitimate all along. Beverly found something else too, a legal memo from 1876 written by a lawyer named Harrison Morrison, founder of Morrison and Associates, the same law firm that now employed Marcus Webb. The memo was archived in the Montana Historical Society's collection of territorial legal documents. In it, Morrison advised his clients, a group of mining investors, on strategies for acquiring mineral rights in Bitterroot Valley. One strategy mentioned, specifically, was ensuring that existing claims remained undocumented following the courthouse fire. Ruth read the memo 3 times, hardly believing what she was seeing. The law firm that was now fighting their claim on behalf of Dale Mackenzie was the same law firm that had helped suppress Jonah Mackenzie's mineral rights 140 years ago. This wasn't just a legal battle. This was the continuation of a conspiracy that had been running for more than a century. James Harlow filed the new evidence with Catherine Ross's office. He also contacted the Montana Attorney General's office to request a criminal investigation into potential fraud. If the courthouse fire had been arson designed to destroy land records, that was a crime. If Morrison and Associates had knowingly participated in suppressing legitimate claims, that could constitute ongoing fraud. The day after James filed, Ruth and Tom received a visitor they didn't expect. A young woman in her 30s pulled up to the cabin in a new Subaru. She got out and walked toward them with the nervous determination of someone doing something they knew was dangerous, but felt compelled to do anyway. "My name is Jennifer Caldwell," she said. "I work for Rocky Mountain Minerals, the company that did the copper survey in 2020. I need to talk to you about your claim." Ruth and Tom invited her inside the cabin. They had managed to get the fireplace working, and a small fire burned, more for psychological comfort than actual heat. Jennifer sat on one of the camp chairs they'd brought in and pulled out a folder. "I'm risking my job being here," she said, "but you need to know what's really happening. Rocky Mountain Minerals knows your claim is probably legitimate. Our legal team reviewed the documents when they became public record. They think you have a valid case, but the company doesn't want to negotiate with you." "Why not?" Tom asked. "Because you're asking for standard royalty rates," Jennifer said, 8 to 15%. But if they wait and fight your claim in court for 5 or 10 years, by the time it's resolved, you'll probably be desperate enough to settle for much less. 2 or 3% maybe. That's worth tens of millions to them over the life of the mine. "So they're deliberately dragging this out," Ruth said. Jennifer nodded. "And there's more. Dale McKenzie has a side agreement with Rocky Mountain Minerals. If he can defeat your claim and secure the mineral rights for himself, they'll pay him $15 million for a 20-year mining lease. He stands to make a fortune if you lose. That's why he's fighting so hard. It's not about family heritage, it's about money." "How do you know all this?" Tom asked. Jennifer looked down at her hands. "My father is the CEO of Rocky Mountain Minerals. I've worked there for 8 years. I've seen how these deals get made, how companies exploit people who don't have resources to fight back. I used to think it was just business. But watching what's happening to you two, I realized I've been part of something wrong for a long time." She stood to leave. "I can't testify publicly about any of this without destroying my career, but I wanted you to know you're not crazy. You're not wrong, and you're fighting against people who have no intention of playing fair." After she left, Ruth and Tom sat by the fire for a long time without speaking. The conspiracy was bigger than they'd imagined. Deeper, more deliberate. What had started as survival, as buying a cabin for $3 because they needed shelter, had become a battle against forces that had been suppressing Jonah Mackenzie's legacy for more than a century. That night Tom had another heart episode. The stress and cold and constant fear finally overwhelmed his damaged cardiovascular system. His heart rate spiked to 160. His chest tightened. He couldn't catch his breath. Ruth drove him to the emergency room in Missoula. The Dodge Ram's repaired brakes barely adequate on the icy roads. The ER doctor stabilized Tom, but the cardiologist's message was clear. More stress could kill him. He needed rest, warmth, peace, everything they didn't have. The hospital bill was $4,200. They had no way to pay it. James advanced them more money against his contingency fee, but Ruth could see the calculation in his eyes. How much could he invest before the case became unprofitable even if they won? They drove back to the cabin in silence. The December sky was heavy with snow that would fall before morning. The tent inside the cabin provided some shelter, but it was still brutally cold at night. Tom's health was failing. Their money was gone. Their enemies were powerful and well-funded and willing to use any tactic to win. Ruth helped Tom into the tent and into his sleeping bag. She built up the fire in the fireplace as high as she dared. Then she sat beside him and held his hand and tried not to cry. "Maybe we should take the mayor's money," Tom said quietly. $75,000. We could buy a little place in Arizona. Live out our years in peace. We tried, Ruthie. We fought. We did everything right. Maybe that's enough." Ruth thought about Jonah Mackenzie, about him standing in this exact spot in 1864, building this cabin with his own hands, about him filing his homestead claim on Independence Day because he believed in freedom and opportunity and the right of ordinary people to own land, about him hiding documents under the hearthstones because he knew powerful people would try to take what was his, about him trusting that someday, somehow, someone worthy would find them. Jonah didn't give up, she said. When they burned down the courthouse and destroyed his records, he kept fighting. When they told him he had no claim, he hid proof where they couldn't find it. He believed his heirs would need what he was protecting. He believed in us, Tom. Even though he didn't know we'd exist, he believed. Tom squeezed her hand weakly. His heart was still racing. His breath came short, but he nodded. "You're right," he whispered. "We keep fighting." The snow began to fall outside, soft at first and then heavier, the flakes visible through the broken window and the gap in the partially collapsed roof. Soft and silent and relentless, the way Montana snow falls in December when a storm settles in for days. The temperature dropped steadily as the sun set somewhere beyond the thick cloud cover. The fire in the fireplace burned lower despite Ruth's attempts to keep it going. They were almost out of firewood, almost out of propane for the camp stove, almost out of everything. And Ruth Brennan sat in the darkness of a cabin built 160 years ago by a man she had never met but whose blood ran in her husband's veins, holding the hand of that husband who was the great-great-grandson of the cabin's builder, and she felt the weight of history pressing down on her shoulders like a physical thing. She felt Jonah Mackenzie in this space, felt his presence the way you sometimes feel the presence of the dead in places they loved, not supernatural, not ghostly. Just the echo of a life lived intensely in one location, leaving an impression that time couldn't completely erase. She thought about Jonah standing where she sat now, building this fireplace stone by stone, each river rock chosen and placed with care because winter was coming and a poorly built fireplace meant death, cutting logs and notching them and fitting them together to create walls that would hold out the wind, carving his claim into the main beam, the knife cutting deep into wood, the letters meant to last forever. First in Bitterroot, a declaration, a promise. A stake driven into the ground that said, "This is mine, and I will defend it." She thought about him in 1874 when the courthouse burned and all the land records with it. How he must have felt when he realized his mineral rights deed was gone, destroyed in fire that may or may not have been an accident. How he must have fought to get it recognized again, writing letters to territorial officials who didn't care or didn't believe him or actively worked against him. How he must have felt when they finally told him, "No, your claim is not recognized. Without the original document you have nothing. You are nothing." But Jonah hadn't given up. He had hidden a copy of the deed under the hearthstones of this cabin, had written his private journal explaining what he'd done and why, had trusted that someday, somehow, someone would find it, someone who would understand its value, someone who would fight for what he'd tried to preserve. He had believed in the future, in his descendants, in people he would never meet who would carry his name forward and claim his legacy. And now Ruth and Tom were those people, the ones Jonah had been waiting for across 160 years of silence. They were the answer to his faith, the validation of his trust, the heirs who would either honor what he'd protected or betray it by giving up. Ruth looked down at Tom. His eyes were closed, but she could tell from his breathing that he wasn't asleep, just resting, conserving the energy his damaged heart struggled to provide. He looked old in the firelight, looked frail, looked like a man who had been fighting for too long and might not have much fight left. The cancer had taken so much from him. The chemo had taken more. The stress of the last months had taken whatever remained. He was running on fumes and stubborn Montana pride, and the knowledge that Ruth needed him to keep going. She leaned down and kissed his forehead. His skin was cool despite the sleeping bag. "I love you," she whispered. His eyes opened, focused on her face in the dim light. "Love you too," he whispered back. His voice was so quiet she almost didn't hear it over the wind outside. "Tom," she said, "I need to tell you something. I need you to hear me." He nodded slightly. "I know you're tired," she continued. "I know your heart is failing and the stress is killing you, and every day in this cabin is another day closer to another heart attack that might be the one you don't survive. I know taking the mayor's money and leaving would be the smart thing, the safe thing, the thing that would probably save your life." Tom's hand squeezed hers weakly. But we can't do it," Ruth said. The words came out fierce and certain, surprising her with their intensity. "We can't take their money and run. We can't let them win. Because this isn't just about us anymore. This is about Jonah. This is about a man who built this cabin with his own hands and filed a homestead claim on Independence Day because he believed in freedom and opportunity. This is about a man who protected his mineral rights when miners tried to cheat him, who hid documents when powerful people tried to erase him, who trusted that his family would eventually reclaim what was theirs." She was crying now, tears running down her face, but her voice didn't break. "We are his family, Tom. You are his blood. You are the great-great-grandson he was trusting when he hid that tin box. And if we give up now, if we take their money and walk away, we betray him. We betray everything he fought for. We prove that power and money always win and that ordinary people should just accept their place and stop reaching for more." Tom was crying too, silent tears sliding down his weathered face. "I know," he whispered. "I know, Ruthie." Ruth stood up, stood in the center of the cabin with the fire burning low and the snow falling outside and the wind howling through the gaps in the walls. She spoke out loud to the empty air, to the ghost of Jonah Mackenzie, to the history that saturated this space. "We will not give up," she said. Her voice was strong, certain, the voice of a woman making a sacred vow. "We will not take their money. We will not be intimidated by vandalism or threats or lawyers or powerful men who think they can steal what doesn't belong to them. We will not surrender. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever." She was shouting now, her voice rising to fill the small cabin, to carry beyond it into the night. "This is your land, Jonah Mackenzie, your legacy, your gift to your descendants. And I swear to you, I swear on everything I hold sacred, that we will make sure Tom gets what you meant for him to have. We will prove his heritage. We will validate the mineral rights. We will defeat the people who have been suppressing your claim for 140 years. We will honor you. We will finish what you started. We will make you proud." The wind howled louder outside, shaking the cabin walls, driving snow through every crack and gap. The fire flickered and nearly died. But in that moment, standing in the darkness with tears on her face and her husband crying in his sleeping bag and their future completely uncertain, Ruth Brennan felt something she hadn't felt in 2 years. She felt powerful. She felt certain. She felt like someone who could change the world if she refused to accept that the world couldn't be changed. Tom pulled himself up to sitting. He looked at Ruth with love and pride and something like awe. "He's lucky to have you fighting for him," he said quietly. "We're lucky to have him watching over us," Ruth replied. They sat together as the fire burned down to coals, and the temperature inside the cabin dropped toward freezing. They would need to get into the sleeping bag soon, would need to huddle together for warmth through another brutal Montana night, would wake up cold and stiff and hungry with no clear idea how they would make it through another day. But they had made their choice. They had drawn their line. They had promised Jonah Mackenzie that they would not give up. And Ruth Brennan knew that once you made that kind of promise to the dead, you kept it. Because the dead were watching. The dead were counting on you. The dead had given you everything they had to give, and now it was your turn to prove you were worthy of that gift. The snow fell heavier. The night grew colder. The battle for the homestead was far from over, but the people fighting it had just decided they would never surrender. And sometimes, in the story of how ordinary people beat impossible odds, that decision is the moment when everything changes. That decision is when you stop being a victim of circumstances and become the author of your own destiny. That decision is when you transform from someone things happen to into someone who makes things happen. Ruth and Tom had made that decision. In a 100-year-old cabin in the Montana wilderness with $3 to their name and the entire weight of the establishment arrayed against them, they had decided to fight. And Jonah Mackenzie, wherever his spirit resided, knew that his legacy was in the right hands at last. The journey was far from over, but the outcome was no longer in doubt, because people who refuse to surrender eventually wear down even the most powerful opposition, because faith and stubbornness and the willingness to sacrifice everything for what's right have a way of winning battles that logic says are unwinnable, because sometimes the universe bends toward justice for people brave enough to demand it. Ruth and Tom had become those people, and the valley was about to learn what happened when you tried to take from people who had nothing left to lose. The week after Ruth made her vow to Jonah Mackenzie's ghost was the week everything came apart. Not slowly, not gradually, the way erosion wears down mountains over millennia, but all at once, catastrophically, like a dam that had been holding back pressure for too long finally cracking and giving way in a rush of water and debris. The conspiracy revelations had been filed with the Montana Attorney General's office, delivered in a manila folder thick with documentation and sworn statements. Beverly Cartwright's research proving the courthouse fire was likely arson had been submitted to the FBI field office in Billings. Photocopies of old diary entries and newspaper accounts suggesting patterns that looked less like accident and more like intentional destruction of evidence. Jennifer Caldwell's whistleblowing about Rocky Mountain Minerals' deliberate delay strategy had been documented in sworn affidavits filed with both the State Property Office and federal regulators. The mining company CEO's own daughter testifying that her father's company was deliberately drawing out litigation to force Ruth and Tom into accepting pennies on the dollar for rights worth millions. All the pieces were in place for Ruth and Tom's legal claim to be validated. All the evidence had been gathered and documented and submitted to the appropriate authorities. All the legal filings had been made with proper procedure and careful attention to detail. All they had to do now was survive until the system finished processing their case, until Catherine Ross issued her ruling, until the wheels of justice, which ground slowly but supposedly ground fine, completed another revolution and delivered the verdict that would either validate everything they had sacrificed or render it meaningless. But survival was becoming harder by the day. The vandalism that had started as amateur intimidation, slashed tents and spray-painted obscenities that were more annoying than dangerous, escalated into something darker and more deliberate. Someone cut the brake lines on the Dodge Ram for a second time, and this time the sabotage was more sophisticated, not just cutting through the main brake line where it would be obvious, but drilling a small hole in the steel tubing and letting the brake fluid drain slowly over hours so the problem wouldn't be immediately apparent. So Tom wouldn't discover it until he was already driving, until he was already committed to speed and momentum with no way to stop except crashing. He was 3 miles from the cabin that morning, heading into Cottonwood Springs to buy groceries with the last $40 James Harlow had advanced them against future legal fees, when he pressed the brake pedal approaching a stop sign at the intersection of Old Homestead Road and Highway 93 and felt it go straight to the floor. No resistance, no hydraulic pressure, no stopping power. Just his foot slamming uselessly against metal, while momentum carried the truck forward, and his damaged heart started racing at dangerous speeds, and his mind calculated in the split second available that he was about to die in an intersection, because someone wanted him dead badly enough to make it happen. There was no cross traffic. Pure luck. Tom managed to steer into a ditch and use the emergency brake to stop before hitting a fence post. He sat there for 10 minutes with his hands shaking on the wheel and his heart hammering at a rate his cardiologist had warned could trigger ventricular fibrillation. When he finally felt steady enough to move, he walked the 3 miles back to the cabin instead of trying to drive. Ruth saw him coming across the sagebrush and ran to meet him. She knew from his face that something bad had happened. They tried again, Tom said when she reached him. His voice was flat, emotionless in the way people sound when they're too scared to let themselves feel. Brake lines cut clean through. If there had been another car at that intersection, I'd be dead. Ruth held him while he shook. The November wind was cold and getting colder as afternoon became evening. They stood in the middle of their quarter-acre of land, surrounded by sagebrush and sky and the mountains rising in the distance, and Ruth understood with perfect clarity that someone was trying to kill them, not scare them away, not intimidate them into dropping the claim. Actually kill them, make it look like an accident. Old truck, old people, faulty brakes, tragic but understandable. Nobody would investigate too hard. They couldn't go to the sheriff. Wayne Butler had made his position clear. No evidence meant no investigation meant they were on their own. They couldn't afford private security even if such a thing existed in rural Montana. They couldn't leave because they had nowhere to go and no money to get there. They were trapped, sitting targets waiting for the next attempt to succeed where the previous ones had failed. That night Ruth didn't sleep. She lay in the tent inside the cabin listening to Tom's labored breathing and the wind outside and her own thoughts circling like vultures. She thought about the mayor's offer, $75,000 to drop the claim and relocate. That offer had been made before the conspiracy was exposed. Before Dale, Mackenzie's side deal with Rocky Mountain Minerals became public knowledge. Before the FBI got involved. The offer was probably off the table now. But even if it wasn't, even if they could still take the money and run, Ruth knew they wouldn't. She had made a promise to Jonah Mackenzie, had sworn on everything sacred that they would finish what he started. You didn't break that kind of promise just because keeping it might get you killed. But Tom's health was failing faster than she had realized. The next morning when she tried to wake him, he didn't respond at first. His eyes were open but unfocused. His skin was gray, his breathing shallow and rapid. Ruth shook him gently and said his name, and it took him several seconds to register her presence. When he finally did, when his eyes found her face and recognition dawned, he tried to smile but couldn't quite manage it. "I don't feel good, Ruthie," he whispered. "Something's wrong." She drove him to the emergency room in Missoula, with the truck's brakes barely functioning after the sabotage, pumping the pedal constantly to build up what little hydraulic pressure remained in the damaged system, using the emergency brake at every stop sign and red light, praying to a God she wasn't sure she believed in anymore that they would make it the 40 miles from Cottonwood Springs to St. Patrick Hospital without being killed by the same sabotage that had nearly murdered Tom an hour earlier. Her hands were locked on the steering wheel so tight that her knuckles ached. Her jaw was clenched so hard she would have a headache for days afterward. Tom sat in the passenger seat with his hand pressed to his chest, his breathing shallow and fast, his skin the color of old paper. The ER doctor took one look at Tom's color when they wheeled him through the automatic doors, and the readout from the portable EKG machine the paramedics had strapped to his chest, while Ruth was explaining what happened, and he made the decision to admit immediately without waiting for the usual triage assessment. Congestive heart failure, the cardiologist explained when he arrived 40 minutes later, still in his street clothes because he had been called in from home on a Sunday morning. "Your husband's heart is operating at approximately 30% capacity now, down significantly from 40% when I examined him last month. The stress of your current living situation is literally killing him. His cardiovascular system cannot sustain this level of anxiety and physical hardship. He needs complete rest, zero stress, no anxiety, no physical exertion, certainly no living in a tent in Montana in December. If he doesn't get those conditions, he will die. Not eventually. Not someday, soon, probably within weeks. The cardiologist was younger than Ruth, maybe in his early 40s, with sandy brown hair and rimless glasses, and the kind face of someone who had chosen medicine, because he genuinely wanted to help people heal rather than for money or prestige. He looked at Ruth with sympathy that was almost harder to bear than contempt would have been. Pity was a knife that cut deeper than anger. Mrs. Brennan, he said gently, meeting her eyes and holding her gaze so she would know he meant every word, I understand you're in a very difficult situation. I've been following your case in the newspaper. I know what you're fighting for and I respect it. But you need to understand something. You need to hear this and internalize it and make decisions based on it. Continuing to live the way you're living is a death sentence for your husband. His heart cannot take much more. Cannot. The next major stress event, the next heart attack, will almost certainly be fatal. There will be nothing I or anyone else can do to save him. Ruth sat by Tom's hospital bed after the cardiologist left and held his hand and tried not to cry and failed completely. The room was warm and clean and smelled like antiseptic and floor polish, and the peculiar odor of hospital food being delivered on carts through hallways. Tom was hooked up to monitors that beeped steadily, rhythmically, tracking his heart rate and oxygen saturation and blood pressure with numbers that updated on screens mounted above the bed. An IV drip fed medication into his arm through a catheter. An oxygen tube ran under his nose, supplementing his breathing. He looked small in the hospital bed, diminished, reduced to something less than the man she had married. 70 years old and worn down by cancer and chemotherapy and poverty, and unrelenting stress to something fragile that might shatter if handled too roughly, like antique glass. Like something precious that had been used too hard for too long, and was developing cracks that couldn't be repaired. I heard what the doctor said, Tom told her. His voice was hoarse from the oxygen tube in his nose. Maybe we should take whatever deal we can get. Maybe it's time to stop fighting. Ruth wanted to agree. Wanted to say yes, let's take the money, let's leave. Let's find some warm place where we can live out whatever time you have left in peace. But when she opened her mouth, different words came out. Your great-great-grandfather didn't quit when they burned down the courthouse, she said. He didn't quit when they refused to recognize his claim. He hid those documents under the hearthstones and trusted that someday someone would find them and finish what he couldn't. That someone is you, Tom. That someone is us. And if we quit now, we betray him. We betray everyone who's counting on us to prove that ordinary people can still win against power and money. Tom closed his eyes. A single tear ran down his weathered cheek. I don't want to die in this fight, Ruthie. You won't, Ruth said with a certainty she didn't feel. We're going to win. And then we're going to use that mineral rights money to help people, and you're going to live long enough to see it happen. But even as she said it, Ruth wondered if she was lying to him, wondered if she was choosing principle over her husband's life, wondered if that made her noble or monstrous. The hospital kept Tom for 3 days. Ruth slept in a chair beside his bed because she couldn't afford a hotel and wouldn't leave him alone anyway. On the second day, James Harlow came to visit. He brought food from a deli, sandwiches and soup that tasted like luxury after weeks of peanut butter and oatmeal. He sat in the other visitor chair and updated them on the legal situation. Catherine Ross is reviewing all the evidence, he said. The hearing testimony, Beverly's research on the courthouse fire, Jennifer Caldwell's affidavit about Rocky Mountain Minerals' strategy. She's supposed to issue a ruling within 30 days, but these things can take longer. Meanwhile, the FBI investigation is proceeding. They've interviewed dozens of witnesses. They're building a case. Against who? Ruth asked. Dale Mackenzie, definitely, James said. Probably Marcus Webb for subordination of perjury regarding Dr. Archer's testimony. Possibly the mayor for the bribery attempt. Morrison and Associates as an institution for fraud going back decades. This is bigger than just your mineral rights claim now. This is about dismantling a system of corruption that's been operating in this valley since the territorial period. Tom stirred in his bed. What if we lose? He asked quietly. What if Ross rules against us despite everything? James was quiet for a moment. Then you appeal, he said, and we fight it at the next level, and the next level after that if necessary. We don't stop until we win or until there are no more courts to appeal to. But Tom might not survive that long, Ruth said. The words came out harsh, angry. She was angry at the unfairness of it all. Angry that doing the right thing might cost her the person she loved most. The doctor says he needs complete rest, says the stress is killing him. How do we give him rest while fighting a legal battle that could take years? James reached into his briefcase and pulled out an envelope. This came to my office yesterday, he said. It's addressed to you both. Ruth took the envelope. The return address was from a law firm in Billings she didn't recognize. Inside was a letter on expensive letterhead. It was from an attorney named Sarah Chen, writing on behalf of a client who wished to remain anonymous for now. The letter explained that the client had been following Ruth and Tom's case in the media, had been moved by their story, had resources to help. The letter included a cashier's check for $25,000 made out to Ruth and Tom Brennan, with a note that said this was a gift with no strings attached. Use it however you need. Medical bills, living expenses, legal costs, whatever helps you survive until justice is served. Ruth stared at the check. $25,000. More money than she had seen in one place since they sold their house to pay Tom's medical debt. Who would do this? She asked James. I don't know, he admitted. Sarah Chen's firm represents several wealthy clients in eastern Montana. Could be a rancher who sympathizes with your situation. Could be someone who hates Dale Mackenzie. Could be a complete stranger who just believes in what you're fighting for. Does it matter? Ruth looked at Tom. He was crying again, silent tears of relief and exhaustion and overwhelming gratitude. No, she said, it doesn't matter. They used $5,000 of the anonymous donation to pay Tom's hospital bill. The hospital's financial aid office had been prepared to set up a payment plan that would have taken 10 years to pay off. Instead, Ruth walked to the cashier's window and paid in full with a check that cleared the same day. The look on the billing clerk's face when Ruth handed over that much money was worth savoring. For 3 months, people in Cottonwood Springs had looked at Ruth and Tom like they were charity cases, homeless beggars. Now Ruth was writing 5-figure checks. The power dynamics were shifting. They used another $2,000 to repair the Dodge Ram properly. Not just fixing the brake lines that had been cut, but replacing the entire brake system, upgrading the tires, changing the oil, addressing every maintenance issue the truck had accumulated over 200,000 miles of hard use. When Ruth picked up the truck from the mechanic, it drove better than it had in years. Felt solid, reliable, safe. The remaining $18,000 went into a bank account James helped them open, an emergency fund. Money they could draw on for food and gas and whatever else they needed while the legal case ground through its bureaucratic process. It wouldn't last forever, but it bought them time. Time for Tom to recover. Time for Catherine Ross to issue her ruling. Time for the system to work the way it was supposed to work, slowly and carefully and with painful attention to procedure. Tom came home from the hospital on the 4th day with a list of medications and strict instructions to avoid stress. The cardiologist had been blunt. "Your heart is damaged beyond repair," he told Tom. "The chemo destroyed muscle tissue that can't regenerate. You're living on borrowed time. How much time you have left depends on how well you take care of yourself. Stay calm. Rest. Let other people handle the stress, or you'll have another heart attack and this one will probably be fatal." Ruth drove Tom back to the cabin in the newly repaired truck. The drive was smooth. The brakes worked perfectly. The heater kept them warm despite the December cold that had settled over the valley. When they pulled up to their quarter-acre, Ruth saw that someone had been there while they were gone. The tent they had set up inside the cabin was untouched, but outside, someone had left supplies. Firewood stacked neatly against the cabin wall, bags of groceries sitting on what passed for a porch, propane canisters for their camp stove, a handwritten note that said, "We're with you, don't give up," it was unsigned. More gifts appeared over the following days. An electric space heater left by their door with a note saying it ran on battery power and included 2 fully charged batteries. Sleeping bags rated for sub-zero temperatures. A camping cot so Tom wouldn't have to sleep on the ground. Canned goods and dry goods and fresh vegetables from someone's root cellar. The people of Cottonwood Springs were divided about Ruth and Tom's mineral rights claim. But enough of them had decided that, whatever they thought about the legal issues, they couldn't stand by and watch 2 elderly people freeze to death in a Montana winter. Beverly Cartwright came by twice a week, usually bringing hot food in containers. Casseroles and stews and roasted chicken, things that could be reheated on the camp stove. She would sit with Ruth and Tom by the fire and talk about the research she was still doing. She had become obsessed with the courthouse fire, reading every newspaper account she could find from that period, tracking down descendants of people who had been alive in 1874, trying to find someone who might have family letters or diaries that mentioned the fire. "I found something," she told them one evening in mid-December. Her eyes were bright with excitement. An old woman named Margaret Foster, 93 years old, living in a nursing home in Missoula. Her great-grandmother was the night clerk at the courthouse when it burned. The great-grandmother kept a diary. Margaret still has it. Beverly pulled a photocopy from her bag. It was a page from a handwritten diary, the script elaborate and difficult to read, but Beverly had transcribed it. The entry was dated the day before the fire. "A man came to the courthouse today," the entry read, "well-dressed, said he represented mining interests, asked to examine land records for Bitterroot Valley homesteads. I showed him to the records room. He was there for 2 hours. When he left, he asked about the building's security. Asked if anyone stayed overnight. I told him no. We lock up at 5 and nobody returns until 8 the next morning. He thanked me and left. Something about him made me uneasy, but I couldn't say why." The next entry was written 3 days after the fire. "The courthouse burned 2 nights ago," it read. "They say a kerosene lamp was knocked over. They say it was an accident, but I keep thinking about that man, about how he asked about security, about how he spent 2 hours looking at land records, and I wonder." Beverly looked at Ruth and Tom. "This is evidence," she said, "not proof. We can't prove that the man who visited was connected to the fire. We can't prove he worked for Harrison Morrison or anyone else. But it establishes pattern. It shows that someone was interested in the land records right before they were destroyed." "Will it help our case?" Tom asked. "It already has," Beverly said. "I gave copies to James. He gave them to the FBI. They're taking it seriously." But the FBI investigation was moving slowly. Federal bureaucracies didn't work on the timelines of desperate people fighting for survival. They worked methodically, gathering evidence, building cases that would withstand legal challenge. Meanwhile, Dale Mackenzie and Marcus Webb were fighting back with everything they had. They filed a motion to dismiss Ruth and Tom's petition, arguing that the mineral rights claim was too old to be valid under modern property law. They filed a countersuit claiming that Ruth and Tom's public statements about the conspiracy had damaged Dale's reputation and constituted defamation. They pressured the county to investigate whether the cabin restoration work Ruth and Tom had done violated building codes and zoning regulations. They filed complaints with the state property office, arguing that Catherine Ross should recuse herself from the case because she had shown bias in her comments about referring criminal activity to the Attorney General. Every new filing required James Harlow to respond. Every response cost time and energy and created more stress. Tom's health continued to decline despite the better living conditions and the medications. His color stayed gray. His breathing stayed labored. He lost weight he couldn't afford to lose, his already thin frame becoming skeletal. Ruth watched him fade day by day and felt helpless to stop it. Then in the third week of December, something changed. Dale Mackenzie showed up at the cabin unannounced, driving alone in his truck, parking 50 feet away and approaching on foot with his hands visible. Ruth saw him coming and stepped outside. Tom was inside resting. She didn't want Dale anywhere near him. "I'm not here to fight," Dale said when he was close enough to speak. "I'm here to talk." Ruth stood with her arms crossed. "Say what you came to say." Dale looked older than he had at the estate sale back in November. The stress was wearing on him too. His face was drawn, his eyes shadowed. He looked like a man who wasn't sleeping well. "My lawyer says we're going to lose," he said bluntly. "Says the evidence is too strong. Says when Ross issues her ruling, it's going to validate your claim and invalidate mine. Says the FBI is probably going to indict me for witness tampering." "Good," Ruth said. Dale flinched. "I guess I deserve that." He looked past her at the cabin. "You know what that building meant to my family. My great-great-grandfather built it. It's where the Mackenzie name started in this valley." "It's where the Mackenzie name started," Ruth agreed. "And then your family forgot about it, left it to rot, sold it to us for $3 because you thought it was worthless. You don't get to claim it's precious now that you know it's valuable." Dale was quiet for a long moment. "You're right," he said finally. "We didn't value it. We should have. Jonah Mackenzie was a great man. He built this valley, and we let his legacy rot in the weeds." "So why are you here?" Ruth asked. "Because I want to make you an offer," Dale said. "Not to buy you out. I know you won't sell, but a compromise. You've talked about establishing a foundation with the mineral rights. What if I contributed to that foundation? What if the Mackenzie family became partners in preserving Jonah's legacy instead of fighting you for it?" Ruth studied his face. "What's in it for you?" "Redemption, maybe," Dale said. "A way to be part of the solution instead of the problem. The FBI investigation is going to ruin me whether I fight it or cooperate. My reputation is destroyed. My business is suffering. People who used to respect me now cross the street to avoid talking to me. If I'm going down anyway, I'd rather go down doing something that honors my great-great-grandfather instead of betraying him." It was the first time Ruth had heard Dale acknowledge any wrongdoing. The first time he had spoken about Jonah with respect, instead of treating the historical claim as an inconvenience to his own ambitions. She wanted to believe him, wanted to think people could change when confronted with the consequences of their choices. But she had been lied to and manipulated and threatened too many times to trust easily. "Talk to James Harlow," she said. "If your offer is real, put it in writing. Let him review it. Then we'll consider." Dale nodded. He started to leave, then turned back. "I'm sorry," he said, "for everything. The vandalism, the threats, the break lines. I didn't do those things personally, but I created the atmosphere that made other people think they were helping me by doing them. I'm responsible, and I'm sorry." Ruth didn't respond. She just watched him walk back to his truck and drive away. When she went back inside the cabin, Tom was awake. He had heard everything through the thin walls. "Do you believe him?" Tom asked. "I don't know," Ruth admitted. "Maybe he's sincere. Maybe he's just trying to protect himself. Does it matter if the result is the same?" Tom thought about it. "I guess not. If he's willing to support the foundation, willing to help instead of fight, then his motives don't matter much." But Ruth wasn't convinced. Sincerity mattered. Intention mattered. You couldn't build trust on convenience. You built it on character revealed through choice. Dale Mackenzie had spent 3 months fighting them with every dirty trick he could find. One apology didn't erase that. One offer to cooperate didn't rebuild burned bridges. If he wanted redemption, he would have to earn it over time through consistent action, not through a single conversation driven by the fear of federal prosecution. Christmas came to Cottonwood Springs with fresh snow and temperatures that dropped below zero at night. The town decorated Main Street with lights and garland. Stores played carols. Churches held special services. It all felt surreal to Ruth. She had lived through so many Christmases in this town, had taught in classrooms decorated with student-made ornaments, had sung carols at the Methodist church where she and Tom had met at the grief support group. But this year she was on the outside looking in. This year she was the controversial figure people argued about over holiday dinners. The homeless woman who thought she deserved millions. The troublemaker who had accused respected families of fraud. The stubborn old fool who wouldn't accept reality and take whatever deal was offered. But there were people who saw her differently. On Christmas Eve, someone left a box on their doorstep. Inside were gifts, warm clothing, books, food, and a card signed by 37 names people Ruth knew from around town. The card said, "Thank you for fighting. Thank you for believing. Thank you for showing us that ordinary people still matter. Merry Christmas." Ruth cried reading that card. Cried because she was exhausted and scared and worn down to nothing. Cried because Tom was dying by inches and she couldn't stop it. Cried because she had bet everything on a legal system that moved slower than glaciers while life happened at the speed of heartbeats. But also cried because people saw her, valued her, believed that what she and Tom were doing mattered. Tom held her while she cried. They sat together in the cabin with the fire burning and snow falling outside and the gifts spread around them. They had each other. They had a place to be. They had people who cared whether they lived or died. In the grand scheme of all the things they had lost, those things they still possessed were worth more than money or property or vindication. "We're going to make it," Tom said quietly. His voice was weak but certain. "Whatever happens with the legal case, we're going to make it through this together." Ruth wanted to believe him, but his color was still gray. His breathing still labored. His heart still operating at 30% capacity and declining. The cardiologist had given him weeks or months, not years. Time was running out. Every day they waited for Catherine Ross's ruling was a day closer to Tom's heart giving up entirely. On New Year's Eve, Beverly came by with news. "I spoke with Sarah Chen," she said, "James's contact at the law firm in Billings. She's willing to tell us who made the anonymous donation. Says her client wants to meet you." They met at a restaurant in Missoula, a steakhouse that Ruth and Tom couldn't have afforded in their current situation, but Sarah had made reservations and insisted on paying. When they arrived, Sarah was already there, a woman in her late 30s with kind eyes and professional bearing. She stood to greet them. "Thank you for coming," she said. "My client is very private but wanted to meet you in person." "Who is it?" Ruth asked. Sarah gestured to a corner booth where someone sat waiting. Ruth couldn't see their face from across the restaurant. She and Tom followed Sarah through the dining room. When they reached the booth, the person sitting there looked up. It was Jennifer Caldwell, the whistleblower from Rocky Mountain Minerals, the CEO's daughter who had risked her career to tell Ruth and Tom the truth about the mining company's strategy. "You," Ruth said, "you made the donation." Jennifer nodded. After I came to see you, after I told you what my father's company was doing, I couldn't stop thinking about it. About how you were fighting for something that mattered and I was part of the system exploiting you. I wanted to help. So I liquidated some investments and had Sarah handle it anonymously. $25,000 didn't solve all your problems, but I hoped it would help. It saved Tom's life, Ruth said simply. Paid his hospital bill, bought us time. We wouldn't have survived without it. Jennifer looked down at her hands. I quit Rocky Mountain Minerals last week. Told my father I couldn't work for a company that operated the way his does. He was furious. Said I was betraying the family. Said I'd never work in the industry again. But I couldn't stay. Not after meeting you. Not after seeing what real integrity looks like. They talked for 2 hours over dinner that Jennifer insisted on paying for. She told them about her life growing up as the daughter of a mining company CEO, about the wealth and privilege she had taken for granted, about slowly realizing that her family's fortune was built on practices that exploited people and communities, about wanting to do better, be better, use her resources for something that mattered. I want to join the foundation board, she said near the end of the dinner. If you establish the Jonah Mackenzie Heritage Foundation like you've talked about, I want to help run it. I have experience in nonprofit management. I understand mining operations and regulatory compliance, and I have resources I can contribute. Not just money, expertise, connections. I want to be part of building something good. Ruth looked at Tom. He nodded slightly. We'd be honored, Ruth said. The first week of January brought news they had been dreading. Catherine Ross's office sent notice by certified mail that the ruling had been delayed, not by days or weeks but by months. New evidence had emerged that required additional review and analysis, evidence from both sides, new filings, new motions, new complications in a case that was already complex enough to make experienced property lawyers shake their heads. The timeline for a decision was now indeterminate. Could be March. Could be May. Could be June or July or August. Could be longer if appeals and counter-filings continued to pile up. The message was clear. The system would take as long as it took. The fact that Tom Brennan might not live long enough to see the outcome was unfortunate but irrelevant to the procedural requirements of proper legal review. Tom took the news silently. He didn't cry, didn't protest, didn't say anything at all. He just nodded when Ruth told him, his face carefully blank in the way people's faces go blank when they're absorbing information too painful to process emotionally. He went to bed that night without eating the soup Ruth had heated on the camp stove, without saying his usual good-night prayers, without the small rituals that had sustained him through 3 months of living in a tent in Montana winter. He just crawled into his sleeping bag and turned his face to the wall and closed his eyes. Ruth lay beside him in her own sleeping bag and listened to his breathing grow more labored as the hours passed. Listened to him struggle for air the way drowning people struggle. Listened to the wet rattle in his chest that meant fluid was building up around his lungs because his heart wasn't strong enough to pump it away. Listened and felt helpless and understood that time was running out faster than bureaucratic processes could move. Sometime around 3 in the morning, Tom woke her up. She had finally fallen asleep despite her worry, exhaustion overriding fear. But she came instantly awake when Tom made a sound, a strangled gasp that was half pain and half terror. His hand was clutching at his chest. His face in the dim light from the dying fire was contorted with an agony that went beyond mere physical pain. This was the pain of dying, the pain of a heart that had fought for so long finally starting to surrender. Ruthie, he gasped. His voice was barely audible. Something's wrong, really wrong this time. She was up and moving before conscious thought, years of emergency responses as a teacher kicking in automatically. Check breathing, check pulse, call for help. She grabbed her phone and dialed 911 while simultaneously trying to assess Tom's condition. His pulse was racing and irregular. his breathing fast and shallow, his skin cold and clammy despite the sleeping bag, classic signs of cardiac distress. The operator answered, and Ruth gave their location and Tom's symptoms, and was told an ambulance would be dispatched. But it was 40 miles from Cottonwood Springs to Missoula, and another 30 minutes to get to their remote cabin location. And did she think she could drive him herself faster? She drove him to the ER in Missoula for the second time in 6 weeks. The truck's repaired brakes working perfectly now, but that small mercy barely registering in Ruth's consciousness. She drove faster than was safe on roads that were icy with December frost, the speedometer pushing 70 on curves where 50 would have been reckless. Tom sat beside her with one hand pressed to his chest, and the other gripping the door handle, and his eyes closed, and his lips moving in what might have been prayer, or might have been nothing more than the automatic response of a brain trying to make sense of overwhelming pain. The ER doctor admitted him immediately this time without the usual questions and paperwork. They had Tom's records from his previous admission. They knew his history. They could see he was in crisis. Within minutes, he was on a gurney being wheeled toward the cardiac care unit, with Ruth following and nurses calling out vital signs to each other in the efficient shorthand of medical professionals who had done this 1,000 times before and knew exactly how serious this situation was. The cardiologist came in 20 minutes later, the same doctor who had treated Tom before, Dr. Richard Santos. He examined Tom quickly, studied the monitors, read the EKG printout, and then stepped out into the hallway where Ruth was waiting. She could see in his face before he spoke that the news was as bad as it could be. "Another heart attack," he said without preamble. Dr. Santos wasn't one for sugarcoating. He believed patients and families deserved truth delivered clearly. More damage to muscle tissue that was already barely functioning. "Mrs. Brennan, your husband is dying. Not someday. Not eventually. Right now. His heart is failing. The next attack, which could come in hours or days or weeks, will almost certainly be fatal. There is nothing more I or anyone else can do medically, except manage his pain and keep him comfortable." Ruth heard the words but couldn't process them, couldn't make them mean what they obviously meant. Tom was dying. The fight was killing him. All her stubbornness, all her refusal to give up, all her promises to Jonah Mackenzie's ghost had brought them to this moment. Her husband dying in a hospital bed while she stood in a hallway being told there was nothing left to do. She went back into Tom's room and sat by his bed and held his hand. The monitors beeped steadily. The IV dripped medication. The oxygen hissed through the tube under his nose. All the machinery of modern medicine working to keep alive a man whose body had decided it was time to stop. And Ruth made a decision. Made the hardest decision she had ever made in 68 years of life that had included plenty of hard decisions. She called James Harlow from Tom's room, using the hospital phone because her cell battery was dying and she needed this conversation to happen without interruption. "James," she said when he answered. Her voice was steady, calm, the voice of someone who had cried all the tears they had and now had only practicality left. "I need you to contact Marcus Webb. Tell them we'll settle, whatever deal they're willing to make, whatever terms, whatever gives Tom peace. Just end this before he dies fighting for something he'll never get to see finished." James was quiet for a long moment. She could hear him breathing on the other end of the line. When he spoke, his voice was gentle. "Are you sure, Ruth? Are you absolutely certain this is what you want?" "No," Ruth admitted, and the honesty of that admission hurt worse than lying would have. "I'm not sure of anything anymore except that Tom is more important than principle, more important than justice, more important than Jonah Mackenzie's legacy or fighting corruption or proving that ordinary people can beat the system. If I have to choose between all of that and my husband, I choose him. Every time. Without hesitation." "Let me make some calls," James said. "I'll see what's possible. See what kind of settlement we can negotiate. Give me an hour." Ruth hung up the phone and sat back down beside Tom's bed. She took his hand. His skin was cool despite the warm room. His pulse fluttered under her fingers like a bird with a broken wing. She leaned close to his ear. "I'm ending it," she whispered. "I'm going to settle the case. We're going to take whatever money they offer, and we're going to leave Montana and find someplace warm where you can rest and recover. I'm done fighting. You're more important than any of this." Tom's eyes opened. He looked at her, tried to speak but couldn't quite manage words, just squeezed her hand weakly. Ruth took that as agreement, as permission, as Tom trusting her to make the right choice even when that choice meant abandoning everything they had fought for. But before James could make his calls, before Ruth's capitulation could be communicated to Marcus Webb and Dale Mackenzie and turn their victory into a settled fact, the phone rang again. The hospital room phone. Ruth picked it up expecting a nurse or maybe the billing department already preparing to discuss payment arrangements. It was Beverly Cartwright, and she was crying and laughing at the same time in a way that made her words almost unintelligible. "Ruth," she managed to say through tears and laughter. "Oh, Ruth, I just got a call from the state property office, from Catherine Ross's assistant. She issued her ruling. It came through this morning, early, weeks ahead of schedule. She must have been working on it over Christmas. Must have finished it and filed it this morning." Beverly took a breath. "Ruth," she said, you won everything." Ruth's hand went numb. The phone almost slipped from her fingers, her vision blurred. The room seemed to tilt. "Say that again," she whispered. "Say that again so I know I didn't imagine it." Beverly laughed, and it was the most beautiful sound Ruth had ever heard. "You won," she repeated. "Ross ruled in your favor on every single point. The mineral rights are yours. Tom's genealogy is validated. The claim is legal and binding and supersedes all competing claims. It's over, Ruth. The fight is over. You won." Ruth turned to look at Tom lying in the hospital bed with monitors beeping and tubes running from his arms and oxygen hissing under his nose. His eyes were open. He had heard Beverly's voice through the phone, heard enough to understand even if he couldn't make out words. He was looking at Ruth's face, reading her expression, seeing the truth there. "We won," Ruth said. Her voice broke on the words. "Tom, we won. Catherine Ross ruled in our favor. The mineral rights are ours. Jonah Mackenzie's legacy is secure. We kept our promise. We finished what he started." Tom tried to speak, but the oxygen tube and the emotion and the weakness made words impossible. So he just nodded and smiled. That same smile Ruth had fallen in love with in the parking lot of the Methodist church 3 years ago. The smile that said he trusted her. That said everything would be all right. That said they had made it through together. And then he closed his eyes, not in death, not in surrender, but in peace. In the profound peace of someone who has fought the good fight and finished the race and kept the faith. In the peace of knowing that whatever happened to his body now, whatever his damaged heart decided to do in the hours or days or weeks ahead, it didn't matter, because the battle was won. The legacy was preserved. The promise was kept. Jonah Mackenzie's great-great-grandson had reclaimed what was stolen, had validated what was suppressed, had proven that ordinary people with courage and community support could still change systems that seemed unchangeable. And he had done it with $3 and faith, and a woman who refused to give up even when giving up would have been easier. The battle was over. The victory was complete. And whatever came next, they would face it together knowing they had won everything that mattered. Catherine Ross took 34 days to issue her decision. 34 days that felt like 34 years. 34 days during which Ruth and Tom lived in the partially restored cabin, watching their borrowed money drain away dollar by dollar, watching Tom's health deteriorate with each passing bitter winter day, wondering if they had made the right choice by refusing Mayor Whitfield's $75,000 and choosing principle over survival. The days developed a rhythm born of necessity and limited resources. They woke before dawn when the fire in the fireplace had burned down to cold ash, and their breath made clouds in the frigid air inside the tent. Tom's damaged heart struggled with the cold, his chest tight, his breathing labored until Ruth got the fire going again, and heat began to fill the small space. She would make coffee on the camp stove using propane they could barely afford, rationing the beans to make each bag last as long as possible. They ate oatmeal for breakfast because it was cheap and filling, peanut butter sandwiches for lunch, soup or pasta for dinner. The monotony of poverty cuisine that slowly wears away at your soul along with your body. Ruth spent her mornings at the cabin, continuing the restoration work they had started, clearing debris, restacking fallen stones, patching gaps in the walls with mud and grass mixed together the way Jonah Mackenzie would have done in 1864 when cement was unavailable and money was tighter than it was even for Ruth and Tom in 2023. The physical labor kept her warm and gave her something to focus on besides the waiting. Besides the fear that Catherine Ross would rule against them in all of this, the legal battle and the stress and the sacrifice would have been for nothing. Tom couldn't do physical labor anymore. His post-chemo stamina had deteriorated further under the strain of the past months. His cardiologist had been blunt during the last checkup. Your heart is operating at maybe 40% capacity. Any significant stress could trigger catastrophic failure. You need to rest. You need to reduce anxiety. You need to stop living in a tent in Montana in January. Tom had nodded and paid the $200 consultation fee they couldn't afford and gone back to the cabin because there was nowhere else to go. He spent his days reading through Jonah Mackenzie's journals that Beverly had copied for them, learning about his great-great-grandfather, understanding the man whose legacy had become their burden and their salvation. In the evenings they sat by the fire and tried not to talk about what would happen if they lost, tried not to calculate how many days they could survive on the money they had left, tried not to think about the fact that Tom's next heart attack might be his last, and there was nothing Ruth could do to prevent it except win a legal case over which she had no control. The waiting was its own kind of torture. Worse than poverty because poverty you could fight by working harder or spending less or finding new resources. This was just waiting, passive, helpless, entirely dependent on a woman they had met once making a decision that would determine the rest of their lives. The decision arrived on January 15th, exactly 34 days after the hearing concluded, delivered by certified mail to James Harlow's office in Missoula. The timing felt deliberate. Ross had used every day of the month she had given herself to review evidence and craft her ruling. When James's secretary signed for the envelope, she immediately called him out of a client meeting. She had been working for James for 15 years, and she knew what this document meant. She knew that somewhere in Bitterroot Valley, two elderly people who had become her boss's personal mission were either about to have their lives transformed or destroyed. James called Ruth and Tom immediately from his private office, his door closed, his voice carefully neutral in the way lawyers learn to be when they're delivering news that could go either way. The neutrality was protective. If the news was good, he didn't want to spoil the moment by telegraphing it over the phone. If the news was bad, he needed to deliver it in person where he could offer support and discuss next steps. "Can you come to my office this afternoon?" he asked when Ruth answered the cabin's phone, a prepaid cell phone the Foundation supporters had bought them when their old phone died. "I'd like to go through the decision with you in person." Ruth's stomach dropped at the careful tone. She looked at Tom sitting by the fire, saw the question in his eyes. "This afternoon," she said to James. "We'll be there." They made the 40-mile drive from Cottonwood Springs to Missoula in silence heavy enough to feel like a physical presence in the truck cab. The Dodge Ram burned gas they couldn't afford, the needle on the gauge dropping steadily toward empty, but neither of them mentioned it. The heater struggled against January cold that had pushed temperatures down near zero overnight and hadn't climbed much higher even with the sun up. Ruth's hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, gripping so hard her knuckles ached. Tom sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, not sleeping but conserving energy, his damaged heart laboring under the combined stress of cold and anxiety, and the knowledge that in less than an hour they would know whether the last 4 months of fighting had been worth it. They had bet everything on this decision. Their health, Tom's especially, worn down by stress that his compromised cardiovascular system couldn't handle. Their safety, sacrificed when they refused to back down despite vandalism and threats and rifle shots in the night. Their last reserves of strength and hope and the stubborn faith that had kept them going when logic said to quit. If Catherine Ross ruled against them, they had nothing left. No backup plan, no reserve resources. No options except the possibility that Mayor Whitfield's $75,000 offer might still be on the table if they begged hard enough, and accepted the humiliation of admitting they had been wrong to fight. James's office was warm and smelled like coffee and old books. He met them at the door personally, helped Tom out of his coat, guided them both to the chairs in front of his desk. The decision document sat on the desk between them. 47 pages, Ruth could see. 47 pages to determine the rest of their lives. James sat down and folded his hands on top of the document. "Before I read you the ruling," he said, "I want to prepare you for what comes next regardless of how this goes. If we win, Dale Mackenzie and Marcus Webb will appeal. This could be in litigation for years. If we lose, we have the option to appeal ourselves, but that requires resources we don't have. Either way, this decision isn't the end. It's just the next step." "We understand," Ruth said. "Just tell us." James opened the document to a page he had marked with a yellow tab. "Catherine Ross writes," he began reading. "After careful review of all testimony and evidence presented, I find the following. 1. The homestead patent signed by President Lincoln and presented by the petitioners is authentic. 2. The mineral rights reservation deed executed by Jonah Mackenzie in 1889 is authentic and was properly recorded with the Territorial Land Office. 3. The genealogical evidence linking Thomas Brennan to Jonah Mackenzie through Mary Mackenzie Brennan and Seamus Brennan is conclusive. 4. The deed presented by Dr. Philip Archer refers to a different property in Wyoming Territory and a different individual named Jonah Mackenzie, and therefore has no bearing on this case." James looked up. Tom's face had gone very still. Ruth couldn't breathe. James continued, "Therefore, I find that Thomas Brennan and Ruth Brennan have valid legal claim to the mineral rights reserved by Jonah Mackenzie for 140 acres of land in Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 19 West, Bitterroot Valley, Montana. All previously filed mineral rights claims to this land by other parties are hereby declared subordinate to the Brennan claim as established by the 1889 Deed of Reservation. The petitioners are granted legal recognition of their mineral rights effective immediately." The words hung in the air like something solid, something you could touch. Ruth felt tears start down her face before she consciously registered that she was crying. Tom made a sound, half laugh and half sob, and reached for her hand. They had won. Against Dale Mackenzie and Marcus Webb and Dr. Philip Archer and the mayor and 140 years of suppression and a legal system designed to favor the powerful. 2 old people living in a tent had just beaten them all. James wasn't finished. "There's more," he said. His voice had an edge now, something harder. "Ross also writes, during the course of this proceeding, evidence emerged suggesting possible criminal activity related to the suppression of the Brennan mineral rights claim. Specifically, the 1874 courthouse fire that destroyed original land records, the subsequent refusal of territorial officials to recognize Jonah Mackenzie's mineral rights, despite his repeated petitions, and the potential involvement of Morrison and Associates law firm in facilitating this suppression. I am referring this matter to the Montana Attorney General's Office for Criminal Investigation. I am also referring the testimony of Dr. Philip Archer to the University of Denver's Ethics Board, and to the professional organizations that certify expert witnesses, as his testimony appears to have been either incompetently researched or deliberately false. Tom was shaking. Ruth squeezed his hand tighter. "What does this mean?" she asked. "It means," James said, "that Ross didn't just rule in your favor. She opened the door for criminal prosecution. The AG's office will investigate whether the courthouse fire was arson, whether there was an ongoing conspiracy to suppress legitimate land claims, whether Morrison and Associates engaged in fraud, and if they find evidence of crimes, people could go to jail." Within a week of the decision being published, the Montana Attorney General announced a formal investigation. FBI agents arrived in Cottonwood Springs to interview witnesses and examine historical records. The investigation moved fast, driven by the kind of media attention that comes when a story has everything the press loves. Elderly couple living in poverty discovers documents worth millions. Century-old conspiracy exposed. Powerful law firm implicated in fraud. Local officials possibly corrupt. It was the kind of story that wrote itself, and reporters from Bozeman and Billings and even national outlets descended on the town. What the investigators found was damning. Records showed that Harrison Morrison, founder of Morrison and Associates, had represented multiple mining investors in the 1870s and 80s who stood to benefit if certain homestead or mineral rights claims went unrecognized. Bank records showed unexplained payments from Morrison to a county clerk in 1874, just months before the courthouse fire. Letters between Morrison and his clients discussed strategies for acquiring mineral rights from homesteaders who couldn't prove their claims after the records burned. The evidence was circumstantial. Everyone directly involved had been dead for a century, but it established a pattern, a practice, a business model built on exploiting legal uncertainty to take what didn't belong to them, and it showed that Morrison and Associates had known about Jonah Mackenzie's mineral rights claim all along, had actively worked to suppress it, had continued that suppression into the present day when Marcus Webb represented Dale Mackenzie against Tom and Ruth. On February 3rd, the FBI arrested Mayor Dennis Whitfield on charges of bribery and corruption. The $75,000 he had offered Ruth and Tom turned out to have come from Dale Mackenzie, not from any town discretionary fund. The mayor had been Dale's intermediary, trying to buy off the Brennans on Dale's behalf while pretending the offer came from municipal concern for community peace. He had received $20,000 for his role. He resigned from office the day after his arrest. On February 7th, Dale Mackenzie was arrested on charges of witness tampering and conspiracy to commit fraud. The FBI had traced payments from Dale to Dr. Philip Archer. $50,000 wired to an account Archer controlled, received 6 weeks before the hearing where Archer presented his false testimony about the Wyoming deed. Dale had paid for an expert witness who would say what Dale needed him to say. When that testimony fell apart under James Harlow's cross-examination, the whole conspiracy unraveled. Marcus Webb wasn't arrested, but his reputation was destroyed. The Montana Bar Association opened an ethics investigation. Major clients started quietly moving their business to other firms. Morrison and Associates, a law practice that had operated in Montana for 148 years, serving the powerful and wealthy through 5 generations of attorneys, announced they would be closing their doors by the end of the year. But the biggest change in Cottonwood Springs wasn't about arrests or investigations. It was about something more fundamental. The town was being forced to reckon with its own history, to acknowledge that its founding myth of rugged individualism and honest pioneers building something from nothing was incomplete. That alongside the honest homesteaders, there had been predators, people who used legal systems and economic power to take what others had earned. That the current distribution of wealth and land ownership in the valley wasn't the natural result of hard work and merit, but the outcome of deliberate suppression of legitimate claims by people like Jonah Mackenzie. The ranchers who had supported Ruth and Tom from the beginning felt vindicated. They organized a community meeting at the high school gymnasium, invited Ruth and Tom as guests of honor, and presented them with a petition signed by 300 Valley residents asking them not to sell their mineral rights to Rocky Mountain Minerals or any other outside corporation. Keep it local, the petition read. Keep it for the community that Jonah Mackenzie founded. Ruth and Tom sat on folding chairs at the front of the gymnasium and listened to person after person stand up and tell stories. Stories about their own family's struggles with land rights and water rights and mineral rights. Stories about claims that had been lost or suppressed or stolen by people with more money and better lawyers. Stories about working land for generations only to discover that someone else owned what was underneath. Stories that made it clear that Ruth and Tom's fight hadn't just been about one cabin and one claim. It had been about a principle, about whether the system could be made to work for ordinary people or whether it would always favor the powerful. When it was Ruth's turn to speak, she stood slowly. The gymnasium was packed, maybe 500 people, and they went completely silent when she approached the microphone. She had never been comfortable with public speaking. 30 years as a teacher and she still got nervous in front of crowds. But she thought about Jonah Mackenzie carving his name into a cabin beam 160 years ago, and she found the words. Tom and I didn't set out to fight anybody, she said. Her voice carried clearly through the gym sound system. We bought a cabin for $3 because we needed shelter. We found documents because we were looking for history. We pursued our claim because it seemed like the right thing to do. But along the way, we learned something important. We learned that ordinary people can beat the system if they refuse to give up, if they're willing to sacrifice comfort for principle, if they believe that justice matters more than convenience. She paused and looked at Tom, sitting in his chair with tears running down his weathered face. We also learned that you can't do it alone. Beverly Cartwright helped us research when we had no resources. James Harlow took our case when we had no money. People in this valley stood with us when it would have been easier to look away. We won because a community decided that what happened to us mattered, that our claim to justice was worth defending. Her voice grew stronger. Now people are asking what we're going to do with these mineral rights. Are we going to sell them to the highest bidder? Are we going to get rich? Are we going to take the money and leave? And the answer is no. We're not doing any of those things. The gymnasium erupted in applause and cheers. Ruth waited for silence to return. Jonah Mackenzie didn't preserve these rights so his descendants could sell them, she continued. He preserved them because he understood that mineral wealth belongs to the land and the people who live on it. He understood that resources should benefit the community, not enrich outsiders. So Tom and I have decided to establish a foundation, the Jonah Mackenzie Heritage Foundation. We're donating the mineral rights to the foundation. The foundation will negotiate with mining companies on behalf of the community. Any royalties will be used for 3 purposes. First, preserving the original cabin and establishing it as a historical site. Second, helping seniors in Bitterroot Valley who are facing the kind of crisis Tom and I faced: medical debt, housing insecurity, the kind of poverty that destroys dignity. Third, supporting young families who want to stay in the valley and work the land, but can't afford the barriers to entry. She looked around the gymnasium at faces she had known for decades and faces she had never seen before. "This isn't about us getting rich," she said. "This is about using what Jonah preserved to build what he envisioned. A community where ordinary people can own land and build lives and pass something on to their children. That's what he wanted. That's what we're going to give him." The applause was deafening. People stood. Some were crying. Ruth saw Beverly Cartwright in the third row, beaming with pride. She saw ranchers who had worked their land for 50 years, men who didn't show emotion easily, wiping tears from their eyes. She saw young couples with children, people who might actually benefit from the foundation, looking at her with expressions of hope and gratitude. Tom stood and joined her at the microphone. He put his arm around her shoulders. His voice was quiet, but the sound system carried it. "Jonah Mackenzie was my great-great-grandfather," he said, "but I never knew him. Never heard his name until Beverly showed us the homestead application. I grew up thinking my family didn't have any history worth knowing, just poor Irish immigrant ranch hands working other people's land. But it turns out we had a legacy all along. We just didn't know where to look for it, or maybe nobody wanted us to find it." He paused. The gymnasium was silent again. "Now we know," Tom continued, "and knowing changes everything. It changes how we see ourselves, how we see what's possible. Jonah came to this valley in 1864 with nothing. He built a cabin with his own hands. He filed a claim on Independence Day because he believed in freedom. He protected mineral rights because he understood that wealth should benefit the people who do the work, not the people who own the paper. And now, 160 years later, his family gets to honor that vision, gets to prove he was right to have faith in the future." Tom's voice broke. "We won't let him down," he said. "We won't let you down. We're going to make sure Jonah Mackenzie's legacy does what he wanted it to do, helps people, builds community, proves that the system can work for everybody if enough people decide to make it work." The formation of the Jonah Mackenzie Heritage Foundation took 3 months of legal work and organizational planning. James Harlow handled it pro bono, viewing it as part of his contingency arrangement. The foundation was structured as a charitable trust with a board of directors that included Ruth and Tom, Beverly Cartwright as historical advisor, 3 elected community representatives, and a financial manager with experience in nonprofit resource management. The first order of business was negotiating with Rocky Mountain Minerals. The company initially offered 8% royalties, standard rate for mineral rights holders with no bargaining power. But the foundation had something Rocky Mountain didn't expect: community support, media attention, political backing from state legislators who saw the story of Ruth and Tom as a winning narrative for an election year. The foundation rejected the 8% offer and countered with 15% plus environmental protections, community hiring requirements, and a guarantee that extraction would be suspended if water quality in the Bitterroot River dropped below federal standards. Rocky Mountain Minerals tried to wait them out, tried to negotiate directly with Tom and Ruth, offering them personal payments if they would override the foundation board. But Ruth and Tom had already donated the mineral rights. They no longer had the authority to make deals even if they wanted to. The mining company finally accepted the foundation's terms in May: 15% royalties over a projected 25-year mine life. Based on the copper vein's estimated yield and current commodity prices, that would generate approximately $42 million for the foundation. $42 million to preserve a historical site, help seniors in crisis, and support young families trying to build lives in Bitterroot Valley. $42 million that started with $3 spent by 2 desperate people who needed shelter and found heritage instead. The cabin restoration began in June. The foundation hired a historical preservation company that specialized in 19th-century log structures. They stabilized the walls, replaced the collapsed roof section with period-appropriate materials, restored the fireplace using river rocks collected from the same creek bed where Jonah had found his, and installed a wooden floor over the original dirt with a glass panel preserving the hearthstones where the tin box had been hidden. The cabin became a museum. The first exhibit was the tin box itself, displayed with the documents inside it. The homestead patent signed by Lincoln, the mineral rights deed, Jonah's private journal, the letters he had written trying to get his claim recognized after the courthouse fire. A historical marker was placed outside the cabin, bronze plaque mounted on a stone cairn. It read, Jonah Mackenzie Homestead Cabin, built 1864, first permanent structure in Bitterroot Valley. Here Jonah Mackenzie, immigrant from Vermont, established claim to 160 acres under the Homestead Act signed by President Lincoln. Here he preserved mineral rights that would benefit his descendants and community 160 years later. Here his great-great-grandson Thomas Brennan and wife Ruth rediscovered that legacy and chose to honor it by serving others. Some things are worth more than money. This cabin proves it. The Foundation's Senior Assistance Program launched in August with a carefully designed application process that prioritized dignity alongside need. Ruth had insisted on this. She remembered the shame of filling out forms at the county assistance office, remembered the feeling of being processed like cattle, your poverty reduced to check boxes and income verification. The Foundation's application was simple. A one-page form asking for name, contact information, and a brief description of the crisis. No invasive financial disclosure. No requirement to prove you were poor enough to deserve help. Just tell us what you need and why you need it. The first recipient was a widow named Helen Morrison, 74 years old, no relation to the wealthy Morrison family who had mocked Ruth and Tom at the estate sale, though she shared the name, and sometimes wondered if distant genealogy connected them. Helen's husband George had died in June after a short, brutal fight with pancreatic cancer. The funeral cost $8,000. Their savings had been $3,000. Helen charged the difference on a credit card and then couldn't make the minimum payments because George's pension had died with him, and her Social Security check wasn't enough to cover both the card payment and rent. She fell 1 month behind, then 2 months, then 3. Her landlord, a man who owned 4 rental properties in Cottonwood Springs and didn't need the money but wanted it anyway, filed eviction papers. Helen came to the foundation office that Ruth and Tom had set up in a converted storefront on Main Street. The rent was cheap because the building's owner, a rancher named Jack Sullivan who had supported Ruth and Tom from the beginning, let them have it for free. Helen sat across the desk from Ruth and cried while explaining her situation. Her voice kept breaking. Her hands shook. She was so thin that Ruth worried she hadn't been eating, sacrificing meals to try to stretch her money far enough to matter. I don't want charity, Helen kept saying. I just need a little help to get caught up. I'll pay it back. I promise I'll pay it back. Ruth reached across the desk and took Helen's hands. You're not going to pay it back, she said gently. That's not how this works. This is a gift. From the foundation. From people who understand what it feels like to be where you are. The foundation paid Helen's 3 months of back rent, $2,700, covered her security deposit and first month's rent on a cheaper apartment she had found, another $1,200, provided a $1,000 grocery voucher good at the local market. Ruth also connected her with the county's senior nutrition program that she hadn't known existed, a service that delivered hot meals 5 days a week to elderly residents who qualified. Helen would be okay now. Not comfortable. Not financially secure, but okay. When Helen came to thank them in person at the cabin museum, she could barely speak through her tears. You saved my life, she said. the words coming out between sobs. "I didn't know what I was going to do. I thought I'd end up living in my car like you did. I thought about killing myself. I'm not ashamed to say it. I sat in my car with the garage door closed and the engine running, and I was ready to let the carbon monoxide do what I didn't have the courage to do myself. But then I saw the article about you in the newspaper, about the foundation, and I thought maybe there was still one more chance." Ruth held her while she cried, this woman she had never met before, this stranger who wasn't a stranger because poverty and desperation created a bond that transcended individual circumstance. "We remember what it feels like," Ruth whispered into Helen's hair, "and we never want anyone else to go through it alone if we can help." By the end of the first year, the foundation had assisted 63 seniors in crisis situations just like Helen's. The amounts varied. Sometimes $500 for an overdue utility bill that would have resulted in electricity being shut off in the middle of winter. Sometimes $2,000 for emergency dental work that Medicare didn't cover. Sometimes $8,000 to pay off medical debt that was destroying someone's credit and making it impossible to rent an apartment. Small amounts in the grand scheme of the foundation's $42 million resource base. But each one made the difference between survival and catastrophe for someone who had worked their whole life and ended up on the edge of ruin anyway through no fault of their own. Ruth kept a journal documenting every person they helped: names, ages, circumstances, what the foundation provided, how it changed their situation. She did this partly for record keeping, but mostly because she wanted Jonah Mackenzie to know, wanted to be able to tell him, if such things were possible across the barrier between life and death, that his mineral rights were doing exactly what he had hoped they would do, were helping his community, were proving that resources used wisely could change lives. The Young Family Program took longer to develop because the mechanism was more complex. Instead of emergency assistance, it provided 5-year forgivable loans for down payments on agricultural land. The foundation worked with local banks to structure the deals. A young couple who wanted to ranch or farm but couldn't afford the entry costs, couldn't save up the $20,000 or $30,000 or $50,000 needed for a down payment on land that cost $3,000 an acre and up, could apply to the foundation. If approved, they received a loan of up to $100,000 at 0% interest. They used it to buy land. Then they worked that land, raised cattle or hay, or whatever the acreage would support. If they stayed for 5 years, proving they were serious and capable, the loan was forgiven, wiped clean. The land was theirs. If they left earlier, they sold the land and paid the foundation back from the proceeds. The first family approved was Jake and Sarah Martinez, both in their late 20s, both raised in Bitterroot Valley, both desperate to stay in the community where their families had lived for generations, but unable to afford land prices that had tripled in the past decade as wealthy out-of-state buyers drove up values. Jake worked as a ranch hand for wages that hadn't increased in 15 years. Sarah worked at the diner in town. Together, they made $40,000 a year. They saved everything they could, but the math didn't work. By the time they saved enough for a down payment, land prices would have risen beyond their reach again. The foundation loaned them $75,000. They combined it with their savings and bought 80 acres with water rights and a rundown house that they could fix up themselves. Within a year, they had 40 head of cattle and were making enough from hay sales to support their family. Within 3 years, they had 100 head and were profitable. The loan would be forgiven in 2 more years, but they had already won, had already achieved what seemed impossible. They owned land. They were building a ranch. Their 3 children would grow up in Bitterroot Valley with the option to stay if they wanted. By the second anniversary of the foundation's establishment, 12 families had been placed on land through the program. 12 young couples with children, working ranches that would have been economically out of reach without the forgivable loans, building the next generation of Montana's agricultural economy, proving that with some help at the entry point, with someone willing to take a chance on people who had more heart than capital, families could still make it in rural America. Ruth and Tom didn't get rich from any of this. The foundation paid them a modest salary, $35,000 a year each, enough to live on but nowhere near wealthy. They moved out of the cabin once it became a museum and into a small house that Beverly Cartwright helped them find. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 900 square feet, located on 5 acres at the edge of Cottonwood Springs. The property had come up for sale when an elderly couple moved to assisted living. The foundation bought it and let Ruth and Tom live there rent-free in exchange for managing the museum and foundation operations. It was more space than they had ever had as a married couple, more security than they had known since before Tom's cancer diagnosis. They furnished it simply with donations and yard sale finds. They planted a garden in the spring. They got a dog from the animal shelter, a 12-year-old border collie mix that nobody wanted because he was too old. They named him Jonah. The dog followed Tom everywhere, slept at the foot of their bed, seemed to understand that his job was to love these people who had saved him from being put down. Tom's health stabilized once the stress of the legal battle ended. His heart would never fully recover from the chemo damage, but it didn't get worse. He worked part-time at the museum, giving tour to school groups and history enthusiasts who came to see where it all started. He told Jonah Mackenzie's story over and over, and each time he told it, he connected more deeply to the man whose blood he carried. He grew a beard like Jonah had worn in the old photographs. Started wearing work shirts and suspenders in the style of 19th-century ranchers. People joked that he looked like he had stepped out of the 1860s. Tom took it as a compliment. Ruth ran the foundation's day-to-day operations, reviewed assistance applications, managed the budget, coordinated with the board of directors, worked with James Harlow on legal matters. She discovered she was good at nonprofit management, good at seeing how limited resources could have maximum impact. She worked long hours, but she loved it in a way she had never loved teaching. This wasn't just helping people learn to read or do math. This was helping people survive. Helping them keep their dignity. Helping them believe that the world had room for their struggles and their dreams. On the 1-year anniversary of purchasing the cabin, Ruth and Tom held a celebration at the museum. 300 people came, ranchers and shop owners and young families and seniors who had been helped by the foundation. Beverly Cartwright gave a speech about historical preservation and community memory. James Harlow talked about justice delayed but not denied. The board of directors presented Ruth and Tom with a framed copy of Catherine Ross's decision, the 47-page document that had changed everything. But the moment that mattered most to Ruth came when she and Tom walked back into the cabin alone after everyone else had left. The museum was closed now, the lights off, the door locked, but they had a key. They went inside and stood in the space where it all began. The fire in the restored fireplace had burned down to coals. The exhibits were dark. The only light came from the moon through the windows. Tom put his arm around Ruth. "Hard to believe it's been a year," he said. Ruth looked at the spot on the floor where they had found the tin box. The glass panel showed the hearthstones exactly as they had looked that day. She thought about Jonah Mackenzie placing the box there, covering it with stones, trusting the future. She thought about opening that box with shaking hands, finding documents that would change their lives, discovering that the cabin they bought for $3 came with an inheritance worth millions. "Do you ever regret it?" Tom asked. "Giving away the mineral rights? We could have kept them, could have been rich." Ruth shook her head. "Being rich wouldn't have made us happy. We'd have just been old people with money instead of old people with purpose." This way, we get to see the money help people. Get to know that Jonah's legacy is doing what he wanted it to do. She pulled out something from her pocket, 3 $1 bills, crisp and new. She had ordered them from the bank, uncirculated notes in sequence. She held them up in the moonlight. "I've been thinking about those first $3, she said. "The ones we spent on the cabin. We should honor them somehow." Tom smiled. "What did you have in mind?" The next week, Ruth had the 3 bills framed together in a shadow box with museum-quality glass. Below them, a brass plate with an engraving, "The last $3. November 18th, 2023. Spent on faith, not calculation. On legacy, not profit. On tomorrow, not today. Sometimes the most valuable things in life cost exactly what you have left to give." They hung the frame in the cabin museum, right next to the exhibit with the tin box and documents. School groups saw it on tour. Visitors read the inscription and asked about the story. Ruth and Tom told them about being homeless, about having $3 and buying a cabin everyone said was worthless, about finding documents that proved it was priceless, about choosing to use their inheritance to help others instead of enriching themselves. The story spread. News outlets came back to do follow-up pieces. A documentary crew spent a week filming in Cottonwood Springs. Ruth and Tom's faces appeared in articles about wealth inequality and historical preservation and second chances. They were uncomfortable with the attention, but they understood its value. Every story about them was a story about the foundation. Every interview was an opportunity to talk about seniors in crisis and young families struggling to stay on the land. The attention brought donations, small amounts mostly, $20 here, $50 there, but it added up. People who read the story and wanted to be part of what Ruth and Tom had started. 2 years after buying the cabin, Ruth was invited to speak at a national conference on nonprofit management in Denver. She almost said no. She didn't like flying, didn't like big cities, didn't like being away from Tom, whose health was still fragile. But the conference organizers offered to pay all expenses and fly Tom with her. They wanted to hear about the Jonah Mackenzie Heritage Foundation, about how a $3 investment had generated $40 million in community benefit, about how ordinary people could create extraordinary change. Ruth gave her speech to an audience of 300 nonprofit professionals. She talked about Jonah building the cabin, about finding the tin box, about refusing to give up when powerful people tried to take what wasn't theirs, about choosing service over wealth. She finished with the words she had told the gymnasium in Cottonwood Springs. "Some things are worth more than money," she said. "Community is worth more. Legacy is worth more. The knowledge that you used what you were given to help others is worth more. Tom and I started with $3 and we ended up richer than we ever imagined. Not because we have money now. We don't. But because we have purpose. We have meaning. We have the knowledge that Jonah Mackenzie's faith in the future was justified." The standing ovation lasted 5 minutes. People wanted to know how to replicate what Ruth and Tom had done, how to structure foundations, how to engage communities, how to resist pressure from corporations and politicians. Ruth answered as best she could, but she kept coming back to the same point. You can't replicate what we did because every situation is unique, but you can learn the principle, which is that ordinary people with courage and community support can change systems that seem unchangeable. You just have to refuse to accept that power always wins. On the flight home to Montana, Ruth sat by the window and looked down at the mountains passing below. Tom dozed in the seat beside her, his hand in hers. She thought about how far they had come, from homeless poverty to respected community leaders, from $3 to $40 million, from desperation to purpose. But what struck her most was how little had actually changed about who they were. They were still Ruth and Tom, still old, still not wealthy by any conventional measure, still struggling sometimes with Tom's health and the stress of managing the foundation. The external circumstances had improved, but the core of their lives remained the same. They still valued the same things, loved each other, believed in helping others, found meaning in work that mattered. The $3 hadn't changed them. It had revealed them, had given them the opportunity to show who they really were, and they had chosen to be people who honored legacy over profit, who served community over self, who remembered where they came from and helped others make the journey they had made. That, Ruth thought, was the real miracle, not the money, not the legal victory, not the foundation or the museum or the lives they had helped. The miracle was that when tested, when given the choice between wealth and service, they had chosen service, had chosen to be the kind of people Jonah Mackenzie would have been proud to call family. She looked at Tom sleeping beside her and smiled. They had started with $3. They had ended with everything that mattered. And somewhere, in whatever place the dead go to watch the living, Jonah Mackenzie knew that his legacy was in the right hands. The cabin still stood in Bitterroot Valley, preserved now against time and weather. The homestead patent still hung on the wall, Lincoln's signature a testament to America's promise that ordinary people deserved opportunity. The mineral rights still generated revenue that flowed into the foundation, helping seniors and young families every year. And the three framed dollars still reminded visitors that value has nothing to do with price. That faith matters more than calculation. That the best investments are made with courage instead of caution. Ruth and Tom Brennan had bought a cabin for $3. They had discovered it was worth millions, and they had chosen to give those millions away to honor a man they had never met but whose blood and vision connected them across 160 years of Montana history. Some people would say they were fools, that they should have taken the money and lived in luxury, that they had earned the right to be selfish after everything they had endured. But those people would be wrong, because Ruth and Tom understood something that wealth alone can never teach. They understood that the true measure of a life is not what you accumulate but what you give, not what you take but what you leave behind, not how much you have but how much you help. They had learned that lesson from $3 spent on a cabin everyone said was worthless, from a tin box hidden under hearthstones for a century and a half, from a man named Jonah Mackenzie who had believed in a future he would never see. And now they were teaching that lesson to everyone who would listen, teaching it in schools where children toured the cabin, teaching it in meeting rooms where foundation boards made decisions, teaching it in small houses where seniors received unexpected help, teaching it in fields where young families worked land they could finally afford to own. The $3 miracle had rippled outward from one purchase on one desperate November day, had touched hundreds of lives, had changed a community, had proven that ordinary people still had power if they refused to surrender it. And it all started because Ruth Brennan looked at a pile of logs covered in vines and saw something everyone else missed, saw value where others saw waste, saw history where others saw junk, saw hope where others saw nothing worth saving. She had spent her last $3 on faith, and faith had returned her investment 10 million-fold, not in money but in meaning, not in wealth but in legacy, not in what she gained but in what she gave. The best $3 anyone ever spent, the investment that proved miracles still happen for people brave enough to believe in them.